Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. Happy SEL Day. Welcome to our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. I'm excited that we have a great lineup of parents who are social emotional learning experts, sharing what helps their kids and other kids thrive. It's a precarious time for all of us, as I'm sure you know, and especially for children and youth today. So today's topics are very timely. I'm Matthew Spohr. I'm the Director of Marketing for the nonprofit Equip Our Kids. We promote emotional intelligence and other crucial life skills called social emotional learning in schools and homes. Viewers on Zoom can submit questions in the chat box. I know we're having some technical difficulties on Zoom at the moment. We also have viewers on Facebook and YouTube, so welcome to you. Everyone, please feel free to live post your thoughts and reactions to this session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SELDay. Recordings of this session will be available after the conclusion of today's program. You can help get SEL into more schools by texting the word EQUIP to 707070 and making a donation. And we'd especially like to thank our webinar sponsors, plus the National SEL Day sponsors for making today possible. So without further ado, we're going to move into our first session of the day, which is called Meet the Millers. Our moderator is Michael Wilson, a dad and the outreach coordinator for the Harris County Department of Education in Houston. He'll be interviewing mom and author Jennifer Miller and her husband, Jason Miller. So Michael, start us off.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Wilson with the Harris County Department of Education in Houston, Texas, and welcome to this session of Meet the Millers. It is my pleasure to facilitate this session with Jennifer and Jason Miller. I've had the pleasure to work with Jennifer for a couple of years now and with Jason during the last year. First, I want to welcome both of you to this session and thank you for presenting today. So let's get this session started. Jennifer and Jason, very briefly, tell our audience a little bit about yourself and the things that you're currently doing.
Hi, Mike. Thank you so much, Equip Our Kids, and Mike for hosting us. I'm Jennifer Miller. I am founder and author of Confident Parents, Confident Kids, with the mission of helping prepare adults, whether they be teachers or parents, with the understanding of how they can support children's social and emotional development. So I'm excited for our conversation today.
And I will add my background a little bit. Thank you, Mike, and thanks everyone for hosting us, and just thrilled to be here with Jen in this forum to share just a little bit about how we bring emotional intelligence into our parenting. And by way of my connection into this world, I actually do this work as well. I have my own practice in coaching leaders called Inner Sound Coaching and Consulting. I have a background in organizational and leadership development, and emotional intelligence is a key part of how I coach leaders in business and nonprofit and community settings. And thrilled to be here to share the lens of the parent, the working parent in particular.
Okay, our first question. Jennifer, tell us a little bit about your family makeup and why is knowledge of social emotional learning important for family members?
Well, we have a small family. We have one child, 14-year-old. So we're now parenting a teenager. And I was doing social and emotional learning work in schools. And when we became parents, Jason and I sat down and said, we want to become intentional. We want to become very purposeful about how we raise our child. And as we stepped into the toddler years, I realized how complicated that would be. And so I began studying it, and I really changed over my work to focus on parenting with social and emotional learning to learn myself. And Jason and I have really had rich conversations and also opportunities to practice at each age and stage over the years. How do we build self-awareness in our child? And by the way, how do we do it in ourselves? or self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. It's been quite a learning journey for us, and we're still on that path.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit there, Jen and I both have a shared philosophy that one of the primary purposes of family life is to cultivate the well-being of all of its members and all of the people that we touch in our lives. And with that kind of focus in our family life, we know from not only the work that we do with others, but also in our own anecdotal evidence and in learning ourselves, that it all starts at home. It all starts at home. And so social and emotional intelligence is a critical part of well-being. It's just as important, if not more important, than physical health in many respects, and often doesn't get the same
I
kind of
got the
treatment.
page updated. There's now a Zoom link at the top. It looks different than the original one, but it says Event Live, join here.
Jason, in the past, the father or male role in the household did not include expressing yourself regarding your feelings or being sensitive to the emotional needs of others. However, things have changed and fathers are required to make a shift from the past. How do you model for your son the importance of practicing SEL skills?
I really appreciate this question, Mike, and get an opportunity to talk about the authentic experience. I can speak from the lens of growing up in a male culture that often doesn't allow for all emotions to be present, right? There's certain emotions to be present. And even, in my background working in the business world, I don't know how many times I heard the word touchy-feely when we talk about this stuff, right? But we know, and I know from personal experience, and from the research as well, that it starts with modeling. The power of parenting is really in not always what we say, but really what we do. How many of us had a parent that told us, don't do as I say, don't do as I do as I say? Well, it's the modeling that really matters. And so I really took it upon myself when I had my son Ethan. I was very serious about being the model of the male for my boy that we wanted to cultivate in the world, which is a focus on well-being and compassion and care in the world. And so I often model this at home by bringing my own vulnerability, which is often counter to even my own upbringing, and it's not always comfortable. But if we talk about self-awareness, social awareness, self-management, relationship management, ethical decision-making, we have to model it ourselves. And so if I'm having a tough day emotionally and I might lash out at my son because I'm frustrated or I'm stressed, then I will own that. And I'll say, I was irritated because I had a really intense day at work, and I'm owning that I was irritated and I expressed myself poorly. And I want you to know that that's mine and that's not yours. And that I will own my part, and that you don't have to take that on, right? So that's in a small example of how I might model poor behavior, poor choices, which, welcome to the human race. We're all in this in some way.
Well, I have to concur with what you said. My daughters noticed early on, whenever we were watching Disney movies, if Mufasa died, I'm crying. So
Yeah,
they
yeah.
always saw my emotions. I definitely wear it on the sleeve. For either of you, do the school your son attends implement SEL concepts and instruction? And if so, have you noticed any change in your son's attitude? If not, what can parents do to partner with their schools to promote the benefits of SEL for students?
Mike, that is such an important question. And actually, we have had the contrast of him attending a K-6 school that did not emphasize social and emotional learning. And then now in middle school, he is in a school that prioritizes social and emotional learning. And there is a vast contrast in his whole experience of learning for us as parents, and in his reflections about his experience. We found that in the school without it, there was an emphasis on competition, there was exclusion, and a lack of inclusion, and there was a lack of acceptance of anyone who didn't fit the mold of whatever that perfect mold of a student should be. In his environment where they value and talk about social emotional learning, they intentionally teach social and emotional skills. In this environment, it is not only diverse, it is truly inclusive. There is obvious kindness. Students show leadership by virtue of the fact that they're learning social and emotional skills as a regular part of the curriculum. And we find that he is more engaged, more motivated. He's developing deeper friendships. So in every way, his learning is more supported in this enriched social and emotional learning environment. We can really see a significant difference.
Yeah, just his confidence level. He's not even been in this new school even a year, and he is the most confident I've ever seen him. And at a time when 14 years old is not a confident time. And so that's how we know that the school part of this is a critical piece. And it's just a small thing of even being able to talk about feelings, right? Anytime any kind of an emotion or feeling came up in the previous school, it was asked to shove down. It wasn't put on the table for exploration. Self-awareness was not something that was actually even cultivated around what that emotion was about and how it leads the individual to choose to behave in a certain way. But in this new school, emotions are welcome and encouraged, and the whole range of emotions, by the way, which is really hard, right? Because there's certain emotions that are acceptable and certain ones that are kind of not. But when you can put it on the table and explore it, there's a vulnerability and a safety in that environment that encourages self-awareness, and that breeds confidence. And we've seen that with Ethan.
Yeah.
There are so many sensitive issues that are occurring today, which can cause much anxiety in the household. How can families use SEL techniques to help their children handle these issues?
Well, I think it's critical to talk about issues, and sometimes schools shy away from what's happening nationally and globally so that they don't stir controversy. And so I encourage schools to talk about it, but as parents, we need to have it on our regular agenda that we discuss sensitive issues like racial justice, like global injustice, and in a way where we're making it personal. How can we empathize with individuals who are going through injustice? How can we look at others who are taking action, compassionate action, to make things better? So, and how can we also talk about the consequences of actions? So they did this. What do you think will happen in our world because of these decisions that were made? So the talking about it takes some of the heat away as we begin to educate ourselves, as we begin to learn more, as we begin to understand. But there's also just a layer of anxiety with all that is going on in the world right now. So preparing your children with coping strategies is also really important. And we do them as a family. We take deep breaths. We center ourselves in our body. We use mindfulness practices as a family so that our son is ready to use them at school anytime he needs them.
Yeah. So Jen's, you're talking about the anxiety, and Mike, I appreciate the question of the context, and it is an unprecedented context we're in right now with very anxious times. And it's really easy, as you know, the old story goes, as you don't know the old frog in the pot syndrome, right? You know, you put a frog in a pot of water and you start to turn it up 1 degree at a time. They don't know that the water's starting to boil. So using that metaphor, we don't even notice how persistent and insidious anxiety is in our culture. And particularly in the recent couple of years, it has really gone through the roof for everybody. And so it sounds so simple, but just noticing, just being aware of anxiety and how it is so pervasive and living with that every day is a huge thing to call out, because often we don't even know a difference. Oh, you mean there could be another way? Oh, I just assumed that being anxious was a part of life, right? So that's how social and emotional skills, being able to inquire, get curious, ask questions, and ask to tune inward is so important to bring into every environment, including the family environment. I also want to add, it may sound like, you know, this is easy for us at home because Jen and I both study this and do this with clients. You know, I mean, to say our 14-year-old is always open to self-exploration, he's a 14-year-old. So it is not easy because sometimes we ask these questions and it's like, oh, mom, dad, it's your work stuff. I don't want to talk about this, right? So that's where you got to realize there's a realistic element to this of readiness and openness sometimes, and it's not an academic topic at home. And then you just got to be aware of your role as a parent and how you need to show up different and that's why school partnership is so important, because people outside the home need to be able to bring this from the outside too.
Okay, before we close this session, we do have a few questions. And so the first question is, can you discuss the best plan to get a child help, either in school or at home, who are struggling with SEL because their routine and life continues to be disrupted by school quarantines?
Oh boy, do I empathize with that that person? What an excellent question, and it is really tough. Our children's sense of stability is based on the predictability of their days and their ability to deal with routines. I think our own anxiety as parents in switching gears is a huge factor in how we help our children manage the stress of changing gears. And if you think about it as a lifelong skill that you're building and being able to be flexible, it is an incredibly valuable skill. The trick is that the adults manage their own anxiety with the changes. I think that's the place to begin. How can I, before I even announce to my child we're shut down again, how can I take some deep breaths, get to a calm place, maybe express my own emotions with a friend or a partner, and get to a better place before I come to my child, because we all know anxiety is contagious and they will feel that and it doubles down for them. So that would be my take on that.
What SEL resources are available for parents who are just beginning to learn about SEL, and where can they find these resources?
Well, I would certainly point you to my site, which is celebrating 10 years of free content on parenting with social and emotional learning. Mike and Jason are both contributors, and there are free tools and resources galore. Check it out. Book recommendations. And also check out my book, Confident Parents, Confident Kids. It offers an age by stage guide from birth through the teenage years of children's social and emotional development and ways in which parents can support it. So check out those resources. And Jay, I think you had some as well.
Yep. Yeah. One that I'd like to offer that I particularly love. Jen is also very integrally interwoven with, which is the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, or CASEL for short, CASEL. It's casel.org, and it is a wonderful site that is rich, full of frameworks, practices, articles, access to experts around the topic of social emotional learning. CASEL largely is the definer of the field of social emotional learning and continues to be a pioneer in researching around best practices here for a variety of contexts. And that would be the resource I would point people to. It's applicable in many different ways.
We still have a little time left. How can parents be role models and show their children the practice of using SEL skills?
I think I would respond for me that every time I run into a parenting challenge with my son, I try to remember that it is an opportunity to use or build a social emotional skill in myself, and an opportunity to look at ways that I can build a social and emotional skill in him. So it really changes how you look at challenges, because it becomes a teaching and learning moment each time.
I will add, we also model by how we interact with one another. I'm pointing because she's on this side of the screen to me here. I don't know if that's where she is on your screen, but that's where she is for me. And how we interact together. You know, every relationship with parents or caretakers or whoever's sharing in the load here with parenting and raising kids. Again, the modeling in our relationship sets the tone so much. So yes, we're going to disagree. We're going to sometimes not have the same philosophy with parenting, right? And how we actually model conflict resolution, how we lean into it, how we actually unpack that with our son afterwards. I just did that this week. We had a disagreement, and we had a pretty good, pretty strong disagreement one night. And he stayed out of the way. And the next morning when I took him to school, I just said, you know, I know we had a little bit of a disagreement last night, and here's what that was about, and here's how we resolved it, because you weren't there. So
one thing I have to, and I'll get to that because my daughter and I, we've had some disagreements, and I do think because they are aware of some SEL skills, after some time has passed, we do go back and admit that our relationship is the most important thing, and we kind of apologize to each other, and then we move on. Well, Jason and Jennifer, thank you so much for sharing with us your family, your experience, how SEL works with within your household. Do you have any final thoughts before we go?
Just that looking through the lens of social and emotional learning with my parenting and with our family life has changed the person that I am. I am much more aware of how my interactions involve skills and how I can really work toward my hopes and dreams for my family by focusing on my own learning and my own modeling of skills. So I think that alone can be really, really powerful in transforming family life. Jay?
I would just add that it is worth the upstream effort to change yourself, to change your family, and to change your kids, and therefore change the community that you touch. It is an upstream battle, and it is worth it because we really know this is what really changes how we connect with each other in our world.
Well, thank you so much for sharing your family experience, and we'll end this session and I'll send it back to you, Matt.
Thanks, Michael. And Jennifer and Jason, thank you so much for opening up your experience and your family to us. That was really fabulous and I think very insightful. So we do have a moment here. I do want to share some big news. I don't know if anybody else has been on email during this little session. I just got email from our colleagues at the Social Emotional Learning Alliance for California that Governor Newsom has declared today SEL Day in California, which is a big deal. And also, I know you're sitting down, but I hope you are. The President and First Lady have also acknowledged today as Social Emotional Learning Day. This is a big deal. You can certainly find more information about this on the SEL Day website, which is selday.org. I'm thrilled. I'm just like, we've been working hard for this, so this is great. So I will say, remember, you can also always find parent-friendly information about SEL on EQuipOurKids.org. Stay tuned for our next session, which is Different Families, Great Results, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Hey, everybody. Welcome to SEL Day and our session, Different Families, Great Results, in our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. It's a big day on SEL Day here. I just found out that both California Governor Newsom and the President and First Lady have declared today SEL Day. So it's great to have that sort of recognition. For everybody just joining us, I'm Matthew Spohr, the Director of Marketing for nonprofit Equip Our Kids, which advocates for social emotional learning in schools and homes. People on Zoom, you can submit questions in the chat box. Everybody feel free, please, to live post your reactions to this session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SEL Day. To help get SEL in more schools, you can text the word equip to 707070 and make a donation. We're going to get right into this session, which is moderated by Michael Wilson, a dad and outreach coordinator for the Harris County Department of Education in Houston. And he'll be interviewing mom and SEL expert Dr. Lorea Martinez, and Dad Michael Strambler. So Michael Wilson, please start us off.
Thank you, Matt. Welcome to this session concerning different families, great research. Parents from different regions and ethnic backgrounds share their children's success with SEL at school. It is my pleasure to host this session with our presenters, Dr. Lorea Martinez, a faculty member at Columbia University Teachers College, and Dr. Michael Strambler, associate professor at Yale University School of Medicine. First, I want to welcome the both of you and thank you for presenting on today's webinar.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
So let's get this session started. Dr. Martinez, can you share a short story about a time when SEL helped you to support yourself or your child?
Sure, you are getting us started with a really good question. So I'm a mom, which is one of my favorite roles in my life. I have two girls, a 10-year-old and a 7-year-old. And this story is about soccer. So my oldest daughter plays soccer, and very recently she had the finals for a competition. And the day before, I could tell that she was, very fidgety, very nervous, anxious about the game. And I asked her about it, and she didn't want to talk about it. She said, no, if I talk about it, I'm going to get more nervous. So Mom, kind of like, leave me alone. But I managed to sit down with her and we had a conversation, and I said, well, what is it that makes you nervous about the game? And then she started telling me that she didn't want to let her team down, that she really wanted to do a good job. So clearly this was a very important game for her, not only just for herself as a player, but also she wanted to do a good job for her team. And then I tried to move on the conversation, and I asked her to imagine, well, if you are like having the best game, like how would you feel? And we talked about some of those feelings, and she said, well, I would feel very proud and I would feel excited. And it was a powerful moment to see how we can use our emotions, how we can transform them and connect not only with what we are experiencing in the moment, and be able to name those feelings clearly and understand why we are feeling that way, but also that there's a space for other emotions. If we think about having that imaginary, to have that picture in our head of how would things go if they go the way that we want. So anyway, that's a story that illustrates the importance of talking about feelings with our kids and the power that it has to really be specific and name those feelings and understand why we have them.
Dr. Strambler, what SEL approaches do you use with your children to help them understand and appreciate the differences in others and different viewpoints?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Mike. And so first of all, just to give a little bit of more background about me, I'm a father of a 9-year-old boy. And it's great to be able to be here today to share my perspective as a parent. I talk about SEL a lot, but I'm often talking about SEL from the perspective of someone who does research in that space. So it's nice to be able to have an opportunity to talk about this from a different perspective. So this question about how to support students and kids appreciation of difference is a really important one to us and our family. I recently wrote an op-ed on this topic about the connection between SEL and the appreciation of difference. And in that in that op-ed, I hit on 4 different points. one of the reasons why people sometimes have a hard time appreciating difference is because of the assumptions we bring to situations when we encounter difference, whether it's a difference in how someone looks or how someone thinks or how they behave. We can often make assumptions that this difference, because it's so foreign to us, is wrong, or there's something unhealthy or maladaptive about this difference. This is often an assumption that sometimes we bring to situations that seem foreign to us. And so one of the things I pointed out, and this is one of the things I try to emphasize with my son, is that we need to sometimes check our own assumptions about difference, and to use reason sometimes over assumptions. So it's like we can question people who maybe present a point of view that is different from ours. We can question our own point of view. How did I arrive at this conclusion? How did I arrive at this assumption? Is there some validity to it? Does it seem to align with reality? Is there evidence to support it? This is one of the key things I like to emphasize with my son, is to reason through these things when they arrive, especially when they're around difference. The other lesson I try to teach has to do with appreciating just other cultures in general. It's a big world out there. It's good to get outside of your own immediate setting and to explore how other people think and behave and the different things that they value. Welcoming disagreement is a really important SEL related strategy that we emphasize in our house as well. Disagreement can often feel can often be a negative. It can also often be associated with a negative emotion. We try to emphasize how someone disagreeing with us gives us an opportunity, again, to evaluate our own point of view and potentially improve the way we think about any given topic. So disagreement presents a lot of opportunities, even when it presents some degree of discomfort. And there's one kind of meta point on this, is that improving ourselves is a lifelong journey, and we should never stop trying to improve the way we think about ourselves, the way we think about the world, and therefore exposing ourselves to different points of view is important for being on that journey.
This next question is for the both of you. In your opinion, what are some ways for parents to advocate for SEL in their children's school if the school is not teaching SEL at this point? And if the school is using or teaching SEL concepts, have you noticed any changes in your child's behavior?
Yeah, thank you, Mike, for that question. I think that first, I would say that we cannot make assumptions, right? Like if we don't have that information of what our children's school is doing, the first step would be to really approach the teacher, approach the principal, and ask, how are you? How's the school responding to students' social and emotional needs? And in the past, I've been in the SEL field for almost 10 years. And in the past, what we realized is that schools were doing SEL, but they were not calling it SEL, right? So SEL sometimes has a different name in different contexts in different schools. So we need to be specific about like, oh, how are you supporting kids to be able to manage their emotions? Or when kids are having a hard time focusing in class, what are some strategies you are using, right? All of those things are part of the SEL field. Some schools call it corrected education, maybe they call it, that it's integrated into their system of supports, but it's just asking the question as a parent, how are you supporting the kids? How are you supporting my child? And then especially if you are seeing as a parent that maybe your kid is struggling with specific aspects or you're having a hard time at home, and we see that happening a lot with the pandemic, and you might know many teachers that are sharing how kids are displaying behaviors that maybe they were expecting in younger kids. So we are really seeing a lot of struggles with student behavior right now as a result of the pandemic and all the trauma and the stress that students have been facing. So having that conversation with the school and seeing how are they supporting the students, I think it's a very important part. And then for myself, I'm very fortunate that my girls go to a school where SEL is fully integrated into the curriculum, and teachers spend time teaching the concepts explicitly during their morning meeting, but also it is reinforced in many of the activities that they do during the day in their academic subjects. And I can tell you a story about my kids. One of the concepts that they teach at school is I statements. And for the listeners that have more than one kid at home, you know that like siblings and conflicts between siblings is one of the things that, drive us nuts as parents. And it happens like every day, many times. So for my girls, especially when my youngest started in elementary school, she's now in first grade, and she learned to use I statements. I noticed that when they were having conflicts, instead of saying, you took my toy, or you did this, and this is your fault, that they were able to say, I feel upset because you took my toy away, or I would like you to, I need you to respect my books. Like that's something my oldest daughter would say. So that's a big difference in terms of how the kids are interacting with each other without my intervention. Of course, there are times when as a mom, I have to, kind of like help mediate those conflicts. But the fact that the kids can do this on their own and that they can have those conflicts and being able to solve them, I think it's a huge improvement and something that I have to be grateful to the school for very intentionally teaching those I statements so the kids can have those conflicts and solve the conflicts on their own.
So this is for both of us, right? This question.
Yes.
So everything she said, so everything she said, especially that part about first getting clarity around actually what's being done in your school and or district, because as Maria mentioned, this SEL goes by many names. SEL is not the only term that's being used to foster the kinds of student skills that SEL is intended to foster. So I think it's good to first find out the extent to which these things are being practiced in your school. But if you were to find out that there doesn't seem to be any kind of SEL practices being implemented, or it's not to your satisfaction, I think one of the ways to advocate for this to be implemented is through school boards. So I'm a school board member, and one of the things that we take very seriously is public comment from the other community members about what they think we need to make improvements on in our school, on our school district. So I think attending school boards and voicing your interest in an SEL and asking the school board to respond to any inquiry you might have about the extent to which SEL is being implemented and what the plans are for SEL implementation is a really effective way of advocating for SEL. And one way of doing that is by also looking for any kind of subcommittees that might exist within your school or school district, for which parents might be able to participate. So sometimes these subcommittees are, sometimes they're SEL subcommittees, but sometimes they're called names that are related to SEL. Like, you know, you might have a mental health subcommittee, you might have a culture and community subcommittee, social or emotional well-being committee, something like that. To look for subcommittees within school boards that might be focused on an SEL related topic. That could give you another point of entry to raising some of your concerns and or interests.
Before we go to our Q&A session, can you both provide our audience with resources to help them on their SEL journey?
Sure. So I publish a guide for educators to implement SEL last February. It's called Teaching with the Heart in Mind. And I've shared that book with many parents as well, and they have found it to be helpful to understand what SEL is. And it goes into depth about 5 essential social emotional skills, what they mean, and what are some of the things that we can do to cultivate those skills. So I would recommend that resource. And the first chapter of the book is currently available for free on my website. So if you want to take a sneak peek, that resource is available for you as well.
So I have not written a book yet. I am working on one with a couple of co-editors. Sarah Rim Kaufman is one of them, and Kim Schoenert-Reichel is the other. And we have a book coming out sometime this year called SEL in Action. So you can keep an eye out for that as a resource. I recently wrote an op-ed, as I mentioned, regarding the connection between SEL and diversity/DEI efforts. That's at The Hill, if you want to look at that. And then in general, I think CASEL, the Collaborative for Academic and Social Emotional Learning, that website, that organization has a ton of information about what SEL is, what it looks like, how programs, different SEL programs are rated. There's a wealth of resources there that I could recommend.
Okay, now we'll go to our Q&A. The first question is, what kind of assessment can parents request from their schools to get additional support?
What kind of assessment can they request? Yeah, I'm not sure if this person means like a formal assessment or just information from the district, but I would start, as Lorraine and I mentioned, by just trying to get some information from the district about the extent to which SEL is being implemented. If you have concerns about your child, your individual child, and feel like an assessment might need to be utilized to assess your child, it's hard to recommend any one assessment here. It's usually going to be a battery of assessments, and I would want to leave that decision up to a professional within the school, a psychologist or social worker who does those kinds of assessments at the school. So if it's about that, that's what I would recommend. If it's about an individual child who has some concerns about social emotional challenges, I'd recommend engaging the social worker or psychologist or whatever that team of mental health related workers is called at your school. And if it's about assessing the extent to which SEL is being implemented in your school or district, I would raise that as an inquiry through the means that Lorraine and I mentioned.
This next question is, how and what are some ways parents can talk with educators about SEL?
Yeah, I think that it starts with just using our everyday language, like the things that concern us as parents. So if you may have concerns about your child, or you see that your child could use additional development in a certain area with a certain skill, that's always the place to start, right? To start with your child, and to approach the conversation as a partnership. I think that many times we forget that teachers and parents, we are on the same board. Our goals are similar. We want to have healthy, happy, and productive kids, right? We want them to be able to fulfill their greatest potential. But I know that as a parent, if you are feeling threatened or you are feeling like the school is not doing enough for your child, you might want to, go and fight the good fight. But I think that if we approach the conversation from a place of commonalities, what are some of the things that the school is doing? What is my perspective as a parent, and try to find that common ground. That's always a better place to start the conversation and see what is the school's perspective. And again, sometimes you have to do a little bit of digging. Unfortunately, sometimes it's not clear from the parent perspective what is being done at the school, or what are those groups, those committees, those structures that are leading this work. But it always starts with a conversation with the teacher from a place of collaboration. How can I be helpful as a parent to reinforce some of the things that you are doing in the classroom? I think that that's always a good place of connection. And it also allows the parent to get to know the teacher better, right? I think that one of the things that we have experienced during the pandemic is this isolation, right? We are not able as parents to go, at least in my children's school, I'm not able to go onto campus, right? So, and all the activities, all the social gatherings that we had been canceled. So you might feel that sense of isolation where you don't have that communication. But I think that sometimes as we parents have to be that first step to build that bridge and cross that bridge, to initiate that conversation from a place of collaboration and wanting to do this together as a team.
I think sometimes, when parents get their child's report card, they look at the academic performance and maybe just skim over the conduct performance. And it's really important to also examine the conduct and the conduct grade, and talk to educators if that grade is not up to par. What is the school doing to help their student get up to par? Before we go, I want to ask you, do you have any advice or recommendations? Right now, there's so many sensitive issues that are occurring today, which can cause anxiety in the household. How can family members use SEL techniques to help their children handle these issues?
Michael, can you, when you were raising certain issues, can you give me an example of what you're referring to there?
Yeah, for example, we have the war in Ukraine currently going on. We had the quarantine, which changed everybody's normal way of doing things. And then people have different opinions on should you wear a mask, should you not wear a mask. With social media, there's so much information that's out there that students and kids have access to. And so just what are some things that we can do so kids can filter out, what's some accurate information versus some opinions?
Yeah, it's a big question, but a really important one. I think one of the most important things one can do is to create regular routines for being able to discuss these kinds of things. So one of the things that we do, for example, is we really make an effort to have dinner together as a family every night. And sometimes that can't happen if I'm working late or my wife is working late or something, or we have a late meeting. But we, for the most part, we're able to do that. And I know not everyone is able to do that, but it doesn't have to be dinner. Dinner is a nice time to be able to have some of these conversations. And so when we're at dinner, sometimes, for example, we'll do a two good things, two bad things kind of a thing at the table, or we'll each go around and say two good things and two bad things that happened. But that can be broadened to just talking about other things that are on kids' minds, on our minds, that are either concerning to us or of interest to us. That creates the space to be able to discuss these matters, to understand what's on their minds and respond to them. It also tends to happen for us at nighttime, like right before our son is going to bed. Everything comes out, and so we have a lot of those conversations, like at bed tuck-in time. But I think trying to establish a regular routine where that's the expectation, where during this time, this is a time dedicated to us to talk about matters that we care about, or interested about, or worried about.
Yeah,
Dr. Marquez?
Yeah, what I want to add is that emotions are contagious. So the kids really mimic our emotional state as parents. So I think that our ability as adults to navigate our own stress levels, to be able to stay, to find that place of calm where we can interact with our children in constructive ways. And that doesn't mean that we don't get upset, that we are not anxious, that we are not stressed, but that when we are interacting with our kids, it's okay to name it also, and to say, mom is really stressed because I had a busy day and I have to take you to soccer and dinner. I don't even know what I'm going to make for dinner. I think that naming those things is so important, because we are normalizing for our children that emotions happen, right? They are part of being a human. But again, like, our effort is to try to, go down to a place where we are really in control of our behaviors, where we are not overreacting to different situations. And I think the more we can either one, go through that process, right? Like to regulate our emotions, and also to make it explicit for our kids. They can see that having all those emotions is normal. They don't need to hide them, right? And at the same time, there are all these strategies that we can use in order to navigate, to regulate our emotions. So I think that in SEL and parenting, the modeling we do for our kids, it's such an important part of being a parent. And our kids are watching all the time, right? Even when we are not intentionally teaching, they are watching, they are learning from our behavior, which is like a very high place to go, right? We have real high expectations, but at the same time, I think that intentionality, being able to have that in mind, and being honest when we are not able to follow through, acknowledging that we also make mistakes, and owning up to those. I think those are important things that we can do to maintain a healthy home and a healthy life with our families.
These are some very difficult times. I think the word war, I have teenage daughters, and for my youngest, who is 13, one day she asked me, it's like, "Are we going to war?" And definitely, you try to reassure that there are some things we can't control, but at the same time, it's really interesting to, do some research, learn some different things of what's actually going on, and then what can you do to make the world a little bit of a better place. So, you know, I think being able to be aware of how your feelings are, and then the same as, you know, how they're responding to it and responding appropriately is very key. Um, do y'all have any final comments uh, before we go, particularly on what are different ways to teach SEL at home?
Um, Lorraine, do you
Go
want
ahead.
to take
Yeah,
that, or
go
you want
ahead.
me to, or
Yeah,
should we
go
both
ahead.
take that? Or
Yes, I'm sorry. You both can take that.
I'll let you start, Lorraine.
Okay. Um, yeah, I think that I want to emphasize our work with ourselves. I think that many times when we think about SEL, we think about what our kids need. And we don't think as much about what we can do as adults in our modeling. So I think that if you can only do one thing, if as a parent you are choosing to do one thing for your kids, I think that the most important thing that you can do is to model these skills for your kids. And that means that you are paying attention to how you are regulating your emotions, how you are able to connect with the feelings of your kids, how you're applying that empathy, how you are, cultivating relationships in your life. All those things, how you model those skills for your kids is very important. And I think there's not a one tool that you can use. I think that every single day it's an opportunity to do that modeling for our kids. We're gonna have days when we do a better job than others. But again, I think that is that intentionality and being able to express what we are feeling to our kids, and being able to verbalize what are the strategies that we use in order to handle the everyday situations that we have in life. And there's something else that it's very important in my house, and something that I remind myself every day, which is to look at my kids with that unconditional love, and to remind myself that the next day is an opportunity to start again. So if you are feeling defeated, if you are feeling like you are not doing enough as a parent, know that tomorrow it brings another opportunity to try again, right? Our kids are there and we are there for them. But I think that if we hold that relationship sacred, and we hold that space sacred to be with our kids, and to know that as humans we're going to make mistakes, but we have that opportunity to try again. I think those are very important aspects of bringing SEL and living SEL in our families.
I would agree with that, that the modeling especially is really important. If there's one thing to focus on, it would be that. One of the things that I deliberately do is to share with my son when I'm struggling, and how I'm dealing with that. I want to try to normalize that for him, that this is something, life is hard, and we're all struggling in various ways to improve upon ourselves and cope, get through challenges we encounter throughout life. We have this mantra that everyone's working on something. So even if you think someone is great at say math, and you see him or her just excelling beyond the way you're able to excel, that person might seem perfect to you, but just know that that person is also has limitations and weaknesses, maybe different than the ones you have, but they have them, and we're all in this boat of trying to make it through and improve upon ourselves. And so I like, when I've had, when we're at the table, we're doing the two good things and two bad things, I try to be really honest with them about the struggles that I've had throughout the day, the insecurities I have, where I felt like I failed, and how I'm going to address that going forward. So and kids, as I think many of the people watching this will know, pay far more attention to what you're doing than what you're actually telling them.
Dr. Strabler, we have a question real quick regarding interfacing with school boards. What recommendation do you have for people, especially those that aren't used to talking to school boards? It could be a little intimidating. What recommendations do you have for parents that want to share their thoughts with a school board member?
So there are a few different options you have. I agree that it can, for some, it might be, it might feel a bit intimidating to approach a board. Just know that in most cases, school boards really take comments from the community very seriously. I know I do, our board does. So you have a few options. One would be to, if you don't feel comfortable making a public comment, you can just email whoever the secretary is for the board, and that email will be sent to the rest of the board. It will be included in public comment typically, but you won't need to actually read that comment at a board meeting if you feel uncomfortable with that. The other option would be to actually read your statement if you feel more comfortable doing that at a board meeting. So the way to find out how that's done would be to email someone from your board, probably the secretary for your board or the board chair, and ask, how does public comment work? And usually public comment is like something like 3 minutes long. You have an opportunity to share a message, a point of view at an actual board meeting. Usually it's at the beginning, sometimes it's at the end, sometimes at the beginning and end of a board meeting. And then the other way would be to seek out, if you know anyone who's on your board, to seek them out and have a conversation with the board member. The board member would likely, the board member, him or herself, can't make a decision on their own. The board is a body that needs to make a decision, but that person would be able to relay some of your concerns to the rest of the school board. So those are some options depending on your level of comfort of engaging a board.
Well, Dr. Martinez and Dr. Strambler, we appreciate so much the advice, the expertise that you shared with us. And we do definitely want to wish you both a great SEL day.
Thank you.
Any final thoughts?
Well, I would say today's SEL Day, right, is a day that we celebrate and honor all the work that is being done to help kids and adults develop social emotional skills. And I would say we all can do something to contribute to this cause. So if you are on social media sharing a post, if you work in an organization and you can do a small event to honor SEL, the work that we do with our kids at home, any small act counts to make sure that we are developing these important skills in ourselves and in our kids and youth in our communities. So today's a day for action and celebration, and I hope you will all join us in this work.
I would say that some closing remarks would be to start the things one can do to support these things in one's home is to establish routines around this in the house, and to continue to develop these skills in yourself as a parent, and model them for your child.
Well, again, thank you both for sharing your thoughts on SEL, and I do definitely wish you and everyone in this session a great SEL day. I'm going to throw it back to Matt.
Great. Thank you to Dr. Martinez and to both Michaels for sharing your insights. That was really great. especially the very valuable information about interfacing with school boards. That's certainly something that parents can do to try and make this a reality in their schools. Remember, you can always find parent-friendly information on SEL at EQuipOurKids.org. There we've got toolkits that are specifically designed to help you in your parenting at home. And we also have a toolkit for how you can talk with your school about social emotional learning. We know this is a big deal. As I shared at the top of the segment, we now have proclamations from the President and First Lady and from California's Governor Gavin Newsom declaring this SEL Day. I know they join other states and municipalities around the country with those proclamations. It's also following on the heels of some very big proclamations from organizations like the Children's Hospital Association, that's it, and the American Academy of Pediatrics, both declared youth mental health alerts at the end of last year. The US Surgeon General also issued a very major advisory at the end of last year about youth mental health, which makes youth mental health on par with things like youth smoking, youth violence, addiction, exercise and obesity. It's a very important issue, and SEL can be a great anecdote to solving some of these youth mental health crises that we have. So that's some of the bigger background behind why we're doing SEL Day today. We'd like to make SEL Day every day. So hopefully, as Dr. Martinez encouraged you to do, get on social media, be active, spread the word. I also know at the bottom of the screen, it says you can text EQUIP to 707070 and support this very vital activity to help our kids. Now is a great time to really pitch in for kids around the world. So with that, we're going to wrap it up and stay tuned for our next segment, A Psychologist's Perspective, and we'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome to SEL Day, everybody, and to our session, A Psychologist's Perspective, in our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. This is a great day for SEL. For folks who are just joining us, I am Matthew Spohr. I'm the Director of Marketing at nonprofit EQuipOurKids. We advocate for SEL, or social emotional learning, in schools and homes. People on Zoom, you can submit questions in the chat box, and everyone watching, feel free to live post your reactions to the session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SEL Day. To help get more SEL into schools, you can text the word equip to 707070 and make a donation. And so without further housekeeping, we're going to jump into this session moderated by Dr. Jacqueline Sanderlin. She's a mom and the K-12 National Education Leadership Executive Manager at Apple. She'll be interviewing Dr. Soundri Balaguru, a mom and psychologist. Dr. Sanderlin, let's dive in.
All right. Thank you so much, Matt. And thank you for everyone tuning in today, and happy SEL Day. I mean, this is a great day because now so many are recognizing the need for social emotional learning and support and connection. And today we're going to talk a little bit about that. We hope that by the end of this session, that each one of you feel a certain connection with us, and some questions might even be answered. And through this conversation, that we all leave greater than we did when we came. And so I'm excited that we have Dr. Soundri Balaguru, who is joining us today. And I'm excited that she's going to be sharing her perspective, not just from a practitioner, but as a parent, as a mother. And so welcome, Dr. Soundri.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline.
All right. So, you know what? I'd like to hear a little about you. I'll just share a bit about myself because I know we're both educators, and in this world, it's small. The education world is very, very small, and we have so many things in common. As an educator for myself of 30 years and an author and speaker, my focus has always been in very challenging school districts. And when I say that, I mean, you know, in specifically high numbers of students in foster home. We even had some students who are actually have parents incarcerated for life. And I often like to give that picture because when individuals use the word, you know, at-risk students, they don't really understand what that means. And those are the scholars. I call them scholars, by the way, not just students, because I believed in always speaking life into them. And when I spoke to them as scholars, they often had backgrounds that were very, very unscholarly. I mean, they had very minimal support, and it was difficult for them to behave as a successful student. I even had one that was living in a U-Haul truck. But at the same time, you know, me being a parent, and understanding that they had parents, maybe different kinds, foster parents, sometimes a grandparent, and in some cases they had to parent themselves, to be quite honest. But it made me look at SEL differently. And it made me as a mother think about myself. I have a son who didn't have those experiences that my scholars had, but at the same time exhibits and experiences struggle growing up as a teenage young Black man in this world. So I'd like for this opportunity, and I call this an opportunity in a moment, from you speaking as a practitioner, but again, as a mother. Tell me a little bit about yourself, both in your work and at home for our viewers, and also what how you're seeing SEL in your own world.
Thanks, Dr. Jackie. So again, my name is Soundri, and I'm a clinical psychologist by training. I've worked in schools exclusively for the past 17 plus years, worked with all ages, most recently struck out on my own and have founded Integrated SEL, which is a coaching and training organization working with school leaders, emerging school leaders, school communities that really want to bring social emotional learning, social emotional wellness for students and for the educators who are thinking about discipline in new ways, thinking about restorative practices and restorative justice, and that really believe in culturally affirming, culturally restorative practices throughout the school building, whether it be SEL or academics, that all these pieces are really integrated. I'm a mom to two children, one who's in elementary school and one who's in middle school. And I
So
think
you're busy.
yeah, aren't we all though, right?
Yeah.
Aren't we all? So thinking about, SEL, I think about kind of my multiple identities and the multiple hats I wear as a mom, as an educator, but also sometimes we get lost in those other identities and just thinking about myself as an individual, right? And thinking about how SEL has impacted me and the ways in which I've learned and grown and become, someone who can model these things in my home or help facilitate and model these things in a school setting, that it really starts with us and thinking about, when we think about what does SEL mean to me, it's really about examining and self-reflecting what do feelings mean to me? What was I taught about feelings? What was I taught about the expression of feelings, whether it be by my family or by the community? And that's where I think it really starts for us as parents or as educators. Like, what does it look like for myself? What are the ways in which I manage my own emotions, and why do I do that, right? Really being curious about that. And I think that's where the clinical psychologist and overlaps and interfaces with SEL, and bringing that starting there first.
Well, that's very, very interesting. And I appreciate you making that connection, because in education, we have so many acronyms, and SEL is now one of those new ones. And whenever something new comes up, we say it, but it oftentimes diminishes what that really means, social emotional learning. And for you to just say that it starts with you and in dealing with your own emotions. So I'm going to go there because as a parent, we have many emotions that happen every day. And for those listening and watching today are wondering, how do you handle your emotions?
Yeah, I mean, I think, it's not, there's never an end in sight, right? In terms of like managing feelings and navigating the struggles that come up or the challenges that come up in parenting every day. And I think, one piece is just engaging in the skills and copings that social emotional learning brings to the forefront as a family, right? And so one curriculum that both my children's school uses and that I used as an educator is the Toolbox SEL curriculum. And their quotes about the curriculum that it's simple but not easy, right? So that we know that we need to take a deep breath. We know we need to pause before we react to something that our child brings to us that might be challenging. But to do it in the moment is really the challenge. We might know intellectually that that's a good way to go. And so really pausing and maybe engaging in some of these as a family. And so, instead of, no one wants to be told, calm down when they're upset about something, least of all a child, like take a deep breath, right? Like, in that in some ways can feel invalidating. Like, no, you're angry or upset for a reason. Like, let's start there and say, yeah, I understand that you're upset. I understand that you're angry. And so I want to talk about this with you. Let's all take a deep breath together. And so we can start to unpack and be curious about what's going on. And,
Wow. That's very different than how I grew up.
Yes, yeah, very much so, very much so for me as well. And
Right.
thinking about and am I always successful with that? Of course not, right? Like we're, my
Oh, good.
colleague
I'm
and
glad I'm
I,
not the only one.
no, of course not, right? My
Yeah.
colleague and I would joke, aren't we supposed to be directors of SEL? Like, and our kids would be like,
Right.
Mom, aren't you, isn't this something you do for work? And so this is
Aren't they good for that?
absolutely, they are.
They're good for that. So, but
keeping us
how do
honest.
you, but this is such an important, I think, such an important point. I love that you said, because that was a huge aha moment for me to first of all, acknowledge the emotion. And you're almost giving a permission to have the emotion.
Mhm.
I know when I was a child, you were never given permission to have that emotion. I remember my mother and my grandmother saying, do not let a tear come out. Don't do it. I better not see that. And you're saying quite the opposite, that you need to acknowledge it and even unpack it.
And I think it is hard because thinking about the understanding why maybe my family approached it in the way they did too, right? And thinking about what does it take for, my parents are immigrants, what does it take to be to be economically successful in America, right? And what are the lessons they were trying to instill in me so that I could also be successful. So like having that empathy, and again, like the SEL lens of empathy and understanding others' perspectives, that allows us to externalize some of these experiences in both, what were the positives that I can take away from that? And what are the ways in which, I'm in a different situation now, my children are in a different situation now, and how can I promote their social emotional wellness in different ways that helps them in this new way of being in 2022, right? That may not have been true for my parents when they were navigating society.
Well, we certainly know a lot more now than we have years ago. And I know that, and I love how you said social emotional wellness. And I think that that's important to remember, that it is about complete wellness and wholeness and full integrity. And I know also SEL really has some of the components are talking about student agency and the ability to have individual contribution. And basically hearing their voices and letting them, how important do you think it is to listen to our students, our children as parents?
I mean, I think it's extremely important. I think what's hard about it can be managing how we're feeling as they're speaking, right? So if a difficult issue comes up and your child expresses something that maybe doesn't feel like it matches your family values or your values, how to help ourselves slow down and stay calm in that moment and think about like, how do I want to have this conversation? Like, how do I explore like, oh, why do you say that? And bring curiosity and calmness to the situation in order to also be able to guide our children, right? And so they're definitely going to challenge us in those ways.
Yeah, and when you say be calm, I mean that's going to take effort, because I know in the moment you're trying to speed up, and
That's
you're
right.
Right. It's a race to the wind. So you're saying actually manage it by calming down and listening.
And I'm not, again, nobody's perfect. I failed multiple times with this, and that's okay too. But going back and saying, hey, I was really upset when we talked about this because X or Y, Z, and can we talk about this again? Right? Like that's going to happen too. We're not always going to be calm in those situations. Sometimes we're going to react, but to be able to circle back to it and again model that it's okay to change your mind, right? That's okay to apologize and take accountability. Something that maybe has not always been true in the past in terms of parenting, that you're not going to be seen as less powerful or less than. You're actually helping your child build these lifelong tools around, actually, when I get more information, maybe I do change my mind. When I make a mistake, I say, I own up to it and say, I made a mistake because I was upset. Let's come back and repair the harm and continue talking about it.
I love that. I absolutely love that. The repairing the harm. And I think that is so great. And thank you for sharing that to all of you listening. We have another chance. We can go back. We can fix it. And that has a lot to do with what you said earlier about restoration and restorative practices. And I often think that's another word that we don't unpack and unpeel, because the definition of restoration, the root word is to restore, which means to bring back to your original state. And when I hear you saying that it's okay to change your mind and it's okay to unpack and unfeel, what you're really saying is we need to go back to our original state. We need to go back to who we truly are and give each other grace. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially now, as in this time period of having lived with this chronic stress for 2 years, right? Like all of us globally, literally have lived through this chronic stress for the past 2 years. And for some of us, it's been, much more extreme and severe and loss and grief. For others, perhaps have been able to navigate this with some more privilege, but also still we've all lived through this experience that have made us, have created, challenges with like remembering things like, or, just being more irritable and flying off the handle more easily, right? And so thinking about like who is our best self, who is our true self, and what do we need, right, to be that way.
let's take a little bit, let's take some time. I want to take a moment to go deeper on that point. Particularly, let's get real specific here. When we have children who truly act out, misbehave, have a tantrum, or showing some sort of self-imposed anxiety or even depression, as we're hearing about, it's really at an all-time high. What do we do at that point? What are some suggestions that you have for parents who are really dealing with, true shutdowns in their children's lives?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that there is questions, and it's not black or white, right? It's not this clear demarcation between what is social emotional wellness, what's mental health, when are these challenges that I'm seeing, or when are these like you said, breakdowns or temper tantrums, when have they crossed the line into this is no longer something that that I can support my child with on my own, right? And that's okay. Like sometimes this is something that a parent needs to seek a psychologist or a social worker or a clinician, a counselor's help for, and that's okay. It's not because we haven't done our jobs as parents. It's because this is a specific challenge, and in this moment in time, it's a perfect storm of things that have come together, and it is okay to go seek an outsider's help who can give us that third party perspective. Sometimes a perspective that we certainly if a friend shares a story about something, I'm like, oh yes, I can be very objective. But if it's my own child's challenge, oh well, now I need someone else to be that objective person, right? Like I can't do that for myself and my family. And so seeking a clinician's support, because their job is really to help you focus in on a challenge or a challenge that your child is having, and provide specific strategies to heal and to also to cope, right? That those can be different. And sometimes our social emotional programming can be great because it helps foster, thinking about our thinking about our coping. So we can build those skills and help even prevent maybe some more significant challenges in the future. But sometimes people also need to engage in healing through therapy. And so that these don't have to be, these are definitely not mutually exclusive, right? These go together, in terms of both of those pieces of mental wellness and mental health, emotional IQ, social emotional wellness. They're all working together.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that we're not failures when we make mistakes as parents. And I think someone on this call needed to hear that. I know I needed to hear that because we're not failures when we need help. And I know in certain cultures, I'll speak to mine. It hasn't been something that we've been pushed to bring out outside, individuals in, and we're learning that was the wrong thing to do. We actually do need an objective eye, an objective ear to help us all understand one another. And as a parent myself of a son, one son, in this world, and he's a teenager, so we already know what that means, right? All kinds of changes happening every single second, and attitudinal changes, opinion changes. I'm like, you have an opinion? What? Okay, yeah, you do. I am learning, as far as just some basic coping skills, that we probably need to go back to some basic things like listening to our children and just having dinner at the table. We started doing this. I'm gonna be honest. We tried every night. That wasn't working. So I always say, don't go all the way. But one strategy I will say, at least commit to one night a week. And we decided to do that. And my son loves to cook, so he helps me in the kitchen. And my husband, he also loves to cook. So we kind of do it together and setting the table. And then we have also, I must say this, I'm very proud of myself, because now a second night a week, we actually take a book and we read together, and we are just kind of unpacking that, what the character is feeling and saying, and kind of connecting it to our own self. Let me just tell you, that right there has created a really positive climate in our home. And I think has also allowed us to have further conversations with him as a teenager, and his friends and things he's thinking about. And so I really would like to just offer that as a coping skill, at least one that I have found that has is worked is opening up the conversation just around natural things rather than saying, let's talk about what you're feeling right now. Sometime right there shuts things down, right? Because I tried that and guess what? He told me, oh, that's kind of cringe, Mom. I'm like, okay, won't try that again. So I think I'll offer that. Do you have any basic ones that you're doing?
I love that. No, I think Dr. Jackie, that's beautiful. I think definitely spending that time together and just, the more we talk with our kids, the more natural it is, right? And in some ways, to really have a back and forth conversation, right? About like what's important to them. And so sometimes we focus on, and it's also, of course, sometimes we're preoccupied with adult concerns and adult problems. And so can we slow down during dinner and allow child concerns and child problems to come to the forefront as well? And that idea of using books, I think, is great for young children and for older children because it externalizes a problem. Let's talk about how this character solved this problem. Like, how is this character feeling in this situation? Does that remind you of any challenges that you've had to go through where it doesn't have to be about like, you made a mistake, as a parent, like I have to make sure you're not making mistakes. And like, I'm so worried about you that like, I can't step back and talk about it in a calm way. But when it's a book character, it helps us as parents too. And as kids too, we can externalize it and talk about it without it feeling so personal and hard to do.
I love that. I love that. We have a couple more minutes left, and I'd like to leave with some resources. And you just shared one, which was really great about, utilizing some books that, I remember my mother used to take me to the library. She said, pick any book you wanted. She didn't say you had to go to the kids section, just pick any book. Those types of, I think that's one great resource in what you're sharing, because I was a recipient of just getting any book, and it was fun to look at other characters. Do you have any other resources that parents could take today?
There's I think many of the panelists who have been on today, Confident Parents, Confident Kids, I think she's Jennifer Miller, who's been on this webinar. I've been following her for years, and she's got some great resources and blog posts that are really helpful. Dr. Jacqueline, I know you have a book actually as well.
I do. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And the book is focused on community partnerships, and it's called The Why Not Challenge. And it is focused on building school and community partnerships because, and I feel it's been a great resource for many parents I have experienced, at least have shared with me about building that community, that network around you. Just like you said earlier, Dr. Sandra, you can't do this alone. We shouldn't attempt to do that alone. And it's something that we should work together with. So I really appreciate you today. I think you came with a wealth of information, and also you gave us some relief as parents that we don't have to have all the answers. We don't have to be the smartest ones in the room, and help is okay. And so you have certainly added value to all of us. I hope those of you listening certainly receive some great strategies, resources, ideas, and you're going to leave out of here empowered to be your best self. So thank you again. And to all of you, this has been a moment that I hope will be remembered, and we'll leave here greater than we came.
Thank you, Dr. Jacqueline.
Well, Dr. Jackie, Dr. Soundry, that was great. Thank you for sharing all that wonderful insight. Things I loved in there were Dr. Jackie acknowledging that a lot of this is not the way we were raised. I think, we have to relearn some things, which, that puts some not awful burden, but, some challenge on us. And also the concept of social emotional wellness, Dr. Soundry, that's, we talk a lot about physical wellness and more about mental wellness, but we don't really talk about that as much. So that was fabulous. All great stuff on a very big day, SEL Day. For those of you who haven't heard the news, we learned today that President Biden and also California Governor Newsom have declared this as Social Emotional Learning Day, which is fabulous. It's nice to see that top level support in society for this very important concept. If you want to support this, you can certainly text EQUIP to 707070 and make a donation that will help get SEL into more schools. You can also find more parent-friendly information on SEL at EQuipOurKids.org. We've got toolkits there specifically designed to help you do some of these parenting things in your home. This may sound great now, but once you leave, like, what do? What's the next concrete step you can take? There are actually a lot of resources out there on the internet. We've curated them for you. We also have toolkits for how you can go talk to your schools to form that sort of partnership that Dr. Jackie talked about. How do you work with your school to get more of this in there? And I know schools love parent involvement, and they're looking for that parent guidance, which may not be what you always hear in the news today. But yes, schools love parents getting involved in this. So again, thank you for all those wonderful insights. I will say now, stay tuned. In a few minutes, we will be back with our next segment on parent coaching. And we are, hang on, I think I've got a note here. Well, okay, it looks like we have time for one more question. So I guess coming back to that notion of this is not the way we were raised, that gets to how can a parent feel comfortable growing? Because that's what it's really going to take, right? How do you help them feel like it's okay to grow?
One thought on that, people often say, well, I turned out fine, right? Well, I turned out fine. And sometimes I ask around, like, well, but what was the journey there, right? Like, how did that journey look? And I think that's true in schooling too. Like, well, I graduated and I'm successful, but what was the journey through schooling looking like? And so is that something that we can also center, that we want to maintain our relationships with our kids, that we want our kids to have positive relationships with their educators, and that the way we get to the end is as important as the end result. And so thinking about as a parent, right? Like there are, my parents gave me so much, right? Like I'm filled with gratitude for them. And there are also ways in which they raised me because that was necessary for them as they were growing up, or for the situation they were in that moment in time. And so we can also say, what's different about the world today? Quite a bit. And so what are the lessons that I want to pass on from my own upbringing? And what are the ways in which the world is different in ways, that my parents would say too, like, yeah, kids have different opportunities or different privileges now. So yes, you want to help them navigate that in a different way. It doesn't have to stay the same. There are ways in which we can honor the past and also prepare for the future. And so that's some thoughts that come to mind. Dr. Jacqueline?
I kind of don't have anything more to add to that. I think that you eloquently put it all together, and I appreciate that answer.
Beautiful, thank you. And I'm glad we could fit that in. We're going to go to our next segment, which is parent coaching. It'll be here in 2 minutes, so stay tuned. to SEL Day and this session on parent coaching in our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. It's a big day for SEL. If you haven't heard, the President and the Governor of California have both declared this SEL Day. I know there's lots of other things going on today across the country. For people who are just joining, my name is Matthew Spohr. I'm the Director of Marketing for the nonprofit Equip Our Kids, and we advocate for social emotional learning in schools and in homes. Viewers on Zoom, you can submit questions in the chat box, and everybody feel free to post your reactions to this session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SEL Day. And if you want to help get more SEL into schools, you can text the word equip to 707070 and make a donation. So in this session, I'm going to be interviewing three people who are far smarter than me on this topic. Amy Biggs, who is a mom and a certified SEL and character development coach. Jennifer Miller, also a mom and the author and founder of Confident Parents, Confident Kids, and the co-founder of the SEL Alliance for Ohio. And Patricia Wilkinson, mom and parent coach and the author of Brain Stages. So all three of you, we're going to start out by having you introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about how social emotional learning has impacted your own children or your interactions with them. And why don't we start with Amy?
Thank you, Matt. My name is Amy Biggs, and as you mentioned, I am a social emotional learning coach in the Tiger Tualatin School District out here in Oregon. And my role really pivoted to focusing a lot on social emotional learning when we went during the pandemic and we went to virtual learning. And I am the parent of a now second grader, but she was in kindergarten during that time, so midway through her kindergarten year. And it was a big pivot, and I had to get comfortable with my emotions and my fears and my stresses and all of that so that I could help her with all of her questions and her limited experience with life, being that she was only 6 years old, and understanding that things were rapidly changing and there was no way to predict what was happening. So we had to develop some strategies as a family to honor and listen to what her real life experience was without putting on our own fears and anxieties and that sort of thing. And it's changed over the last year and a half, as it went on way longer than we anticipated. And so, yeah, I have a lot of things that I can't wait to share and discuss today in our time together.
Great, great. Jen, let's hear from you.
I am Jennifer Miller, founder and author of Confident Parents, Confident Kids. I've been working in the field of social and emotional learning for 25 years. Most of that time was spent working in schools until I became a parent myself. And around about the toddler years, I was so challenged by my son's big emotions and by my own reactions that I thought, you know, the stuff that I'm doing with teachers and schools, I really need to be doing in my own home life. And so I dedicated myself to writing a blog. Once a week, I would write about a simple practice where I was honing a social and emotional skill in myself and in my son. And 10 years later, I've been literally writing every week on that topic for 10 years. And he's now 14. And so my home has been my learning lab, but also it has generated this community of people who are striving to be confident parents, who write in and talk about and share their own experiences with building social and emotional skills in their children. So I'm very excited about our dialogue today and the other esteemed speakers that I can't wait to learn from.
Great, great. Patricia, or do you like Trish?
Yeah, most people call me Trish. I have
All right.
Patricia on there because that's what, you know, the author name. It's
Mhm.
Brain Stages, How to Raise Smart, Confident Kids and Have Fun Doing It. And I didn't even know it was social and emotional learning at the time when both of my kids have challenges. So here I had been teaching for many years. I had already taught several grades and my kids get into school and they're basically crashing and burning on an emotional level because they didn't fit the mold. And they went to the same school where I taught. So I got to see a lot of the, one daughter getting in trouble all the time because she had attention issues. And they would say, well, she's so intelligent, she could do it if she wanted to, which eventually I got a brain map done, said, according to this map that I have right here in my hand, what you're saying is just isn't true. And this is why. And so these are some of the interventions we need to do. And my other daughter had all kinds of anxiety, just lots of things in the genetic soup that my husband and I didn't count on, right? So my experience was a quest to help my own children with their own social and emotional development because they were having such a hard time. And truthfully, I didn't know what I was doing on that level. Like I seemed to be fine and doing well in a classroom and making sure all those things, but it's different with our own children. And then when I started figuring out how to educate our children and teach our children and social and emotional learning for who they were and the techniques I was using with them, I took them into my classroom and we pretty much blew the doors off, because I had been talking to psychologists and neurologists and pediatricians and reading all these books and articles and just trying trial and error, lots of error along with that trial. But the kids knew what I was doing and why, because we communicated about it and we would laugh together when we would try something that would just be like, big bomb, wouldn't work at all. But the things that did work, I took into my classroom and just got amazing results. And it was just so much fun. And it was actually my kids who said, Mom, you have to coach other parents and educators because I have so many friends in their 20s that are having such a hard time adulting. That's what they call it, adulting. They said they just don't, they just don't have the skills and know how to communicate with other people. So that's what, I'm on a mission. And Jackie, the co-author to this book, we both really wanted people to understand how kids' brains develop, function, and learn. And she passed away. So I'm carrying the torch.
Fabulous. It sounds like all three of you had an aha moment where you realized that focusing on academics is not enough. Like getting my kid to the classroom isn't enough. And maybe people out there watching this are also at that aha moment. So I'd like to hear from each of you. How would you coach somebody through that moment if they're in there now that you're on the other side of it? What did you learn that might help them?
First, I would say congratulations. For us to realize and admit that we need help, because I think a lot of times in parenting, we want to feel like, well, I shouldn't need help with this. This is a natural thing to do. I should be able to figure it out. And, somebody had to teach us how to hold a fork and, or chopsticks, whatever you use. And, somebody had to teach us to put on our clothes. What makes us think that something is important as parenting, we would just know how to do right out of the box. So I would just tell them, congratulations, and let's start with some specific things you can do right now, right here, right now.
To piggyback on that, I think many speakers have shared this today, but understanding our own emotions, right, and we have to do that in real time, right along with our kids, but recognizing and normalizing that we're all born with the same emotions. We all have access to them. We all need to understand their messages and what they're saying, and modeling that for our kids explicitly is crucial. I have found myself, when I was in the classroom for 22 years, really thriving when I had a system for different things. And in the work that I do now, we focus a lot on morning meetings and social emotional communication styles, and those work really well at home. And with a lot of the big things that have been happening, having a system, and one of the ones that has been so helpful at home is the idea of head, heart, hand. And some of the big things that are happening right now in our world, helping my second grader navigate and understand them, is really difficult and scary because of my own emotions. So we talk about, what are the facts? That's the head part. What do we know? And then how does that make our hearts feel when emotions come up for that? And then what can we do with our hands? What are the things that we can do right now to provide comfort and care for ourselves and the people around us? And I find myself going back to that a lot, head, hand, heart, for myself and for my child.
Amy, I love that head, heart, hands. I'll build with both what both of you said. For me, I have so much compassion for parents. We have a lot of guilt about our big emotions and our big reactions. And so my message is typically, it is never too late to pause, to step back and reflect. And sometimes it really takes some time journaling and thinking through where in that moment that I don't want to repeat, what were the mashup of emotions? Because it's never just one, right? It's a mix of emotions. And then in that mashup, what part of my history are those emotions coming from? What did that trigger? How can I get to the bottom of this? Was this something that was part of my own training? I always ask, how did your parents treat this situation in your life? And what clues does that give you about your own parenting training as you were growing up? So we really need to step back and look at root causes. And when we do, when we really unpack the emotions and the triggers and think about our past and where that might be coming from, we can reinvent, we can plan for those moments when we're triggered again and say, you know, instead of I'm going to, and that can be a really powerful transformation.
I love that you said that, because there's, you know, it takes about 90 seconds for us to work through the cortisol in our brains before we can, you know, relax or whatever. So I actually, the parents I coach, I give them a little kind of mindful thing to be able to do in 90 seconds that they can also teach their kids, because we all have those emotions and we get mad at ourselves for feeling those emotions. And it's inevitable. You know, we're not robots, we're humans. So to be able to have a tool like that and just realize, okay, this is where I'm going, because how our parents raised us, our world is a lot more complicated now, and we know a lot more than we used to know. And there are people who are out there who can help us do that. So thank you for saying that, Jennifer. That was awesome.
Thanks, Trish.
So this is great. Can you give me like really specific things you noticed in your kids as you worked through this change in how you were parenting? Like, I used to see my kids do this and now they do this instead.
I'm going to jump in on this one because this is happening in real time in my house right now. My daughter has big emotions and big reactions to things, like most children do, but it can be very physical for her and very emotional for her when she has those. And so we've worked a lot on the breathing techniques and those types of things. And just last night, I really challenge parents to do something you don't know how to do with your child. Like, I'm trying to learn how to make friendship bracelets right now with her, and I'm not an expert and she's not an expert. So we're having to learn this together and both navigate frustrating emotions. And last night it just wasn't working out and I couldn't figure it out either. And she got frustrated, but then caught herself and said, I'm just going to try again, because the more I do this, the more I'm going to get it. And she stuck with it, woke up at 6 o'clock this morning and was ready to make another bracelet and try again. And it was kind of the first time without my own prompting of what she could do. She did it on her own, and that's our ultimate hope. I'm here to coach her and to help her and to coach myself. But when you start to see your child stop, keep the staircase, keep the emotion, keep the different parts of the brain communicating with each other in a positive way, then you know it's becoming internalized. And so that was a good.
That just gave me chills, Amy.
I'm really good at friendship bracelets right now too.
Yeah, I bet they're beautiful. So my kids are in their 20s now. So I went through this before, but my kids went from getting in trouble at school all the time. My older daughter, who has attention issues, my younger daughter had anxiety issues, and she was wetting her pants. And basically it came from, we have all these attention issues in our family, and our kids are gifted, you know, high IQ. And that sounds like, oh, bragging, whatever. It is not, because when those kids don't get their needs met, things don't go well for them. And so figuring out what that looked like was, and one of the things, I taught them this, I think it came from How to Talk So Kids Will Listen, How to Listen So Kids Will Talk. You know, that book that came out forever ago. I love those authors. And so we started doing their 6-point problem solving thing that they did. And we would do that as a family. And what was wonderful to watch them do, like Amy was saying, is to actually have them start doing that problem solving process with each other and with their friends. So now all of a sudden they know how to communicate and they know how to solve problems. So when they start off, you know, with the sibling rivalry fighting thing, they know, oh, I actually know how to solve this problem. I know, let's sit down and talk about this and brainstorm ideas and pick a few and figure it out and see where we're going to go from here. So, and I love the whole idea of problem solving on my website. I just give it away for free. It started out a $19 mini course or something, and it's just a video and a reflection page to personalize it. And it's like, yeah, just here's a code. Everybody should know how to do this. Do it for free. Because we all need to know how to problem solve. And the before and after was like day and night, from our kids fighting all the time, and, you know, because they didn't have that social and emotional learning, to, and wetting their pants at school and getting in trouble, to, you know, becoming great students, doing really well, getting along with other people, and actually being the peacemakers with their friends. I mean, just day and night.
Trish, that's incredible. I love the helping them internalize the skills so that they can use it in different settings. One technique that I teach is the peace rose between siblings, so that they learn. You make a cute little tissue paper rose and you set it in a central part of the household, and you practice. The practice is really important, right? But when you're in a conflict, the siblings are in a conflict, they hand the rose to the other, and whoever initiates, that means let's work it out. And you keep a problem solving process on the wall that you practice really simple. And they talk about each other's they own their feelings. And then they talk about the problem from their perspective, and they work it through. And it's even preschoolers have learned to use the peace rose to work through conflict. So I really love that.
I love that too. So I'm doing all the same stuff except not the peace rose. I may add that, Jennifer. That's awesome.
There you go.
I want to just one last comment about this topic, because you guys are both making me think of all these things that I'm connecting to what your brilliant minds are saying. But this idea that in schools, we are really advocating for the explicit instruction, the explicit skills of social emotional learning being taught. And there are some places to go where you can find out what those are, but really the learning happens when we're doing it in real life. So using those social emotional skills in problem solving with a sibling. And I'm always, as a parent, you know, just looking for those practical things of ways we can practice that. And at dinner time right now, I try and have some sort of question that the three of us, my daughter's an only child, so it's my husband and I, and I've realized that what she loves more than anything, and all kids do right now, is the would you rather questions. And so we'll do something, you know, a question like, would you rather live in a home with 100 windows or 100 doors? And you can't just simply say your answer, you have to explain why. And in doing that, you know, uncovering, oh, being in a place with no windows would make me feel, you know, we just start talking about our environment, but also the emotions and the reasons behind our choices. And without even knowing that I'm doing my teacher magic on her, she's practicing and hearing, and I'm learning about my husband too, and they're learning about me. So those simple things, real life application of our skills is really important.
And I love that you do that at dinner. You know, a lot of people have, we get so busy, and then we don't actually have dinner together all the time.
It's
and if we
hard.
can have it, it's hard, but figuring out a time when we can be together during the day at some time. We used to talk about, and we started when our kids were little, talk about our days all the way around, good things and bad things, and then discuss them. And that got to be really important, because when our kids got to be teenagers, it would have been really easy to just, I have parents all the time that I coach and work with. Their kids walk in and, they say, "How was your day?" And the child says, "Fine." And then they walk away. That time I have other techniques for that, but also that time at dinner when you're talking about your day. And we wouldn't even have known what was going on half the time with our teenagers, because they're so busy with their extracurriculars and school and all the sports, whatever they're doing, that if we don't create a time, be intentional about space for communication with our kids, especially when they're teenagers, that's when they become little boats, because they lose their direction. They start crashing into the rocks.
Yeah. And as we were talking about earlier, the reality of it, we all have different family makeups, and we all have different situations. And, some families don't have that common time together because of all the different things. And I read an article recently that being in the car is now the new dining room table. So if you don't have the time, or it's not part of your home culture to sit around and have dinner, like think of doing those things when you're traveling to and from school, or somehow in the car together, or anytime that there's less distractions with technology because you're focused on something else, building those in, because it doesn't have to look the same for every family. It just can't. And we have to get rid of that expectation too.
Right. And we have to be intentional about creating some time, because if we're not intentional, sometimes it just doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Wow, that was great. I was thinking of the comedians in cars getting coffee. Like
Yes.
maybe we could make an SEL version of that.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, that would be fun. So you guys are all parents, but you're also all educators. So, beyond your kids and into the classrooms you see, what sort of changes do you see in other students that your kids may interact with, and in classrooms you go in, once they start taking more intention towards teaching these social and emotional skills?
I've seen powerful, dramatic changes. Truly, I've worked on facilitating change in schools, and I've also followed my son in a school where there was no SEL, and now there is SEL, and the changes are dramatic. I think we as adults underestimate providing the space to talk about issues that are top of mind for children, but don't necessarily come into the curriculum unless we're intentional about it, like bullying, like friendship, like inclusion, like listening. These are all issues that are really important in getting along as a classroom community, yet they can be missed completely if there is not a social and emotional learning curriculum in place. So, for example, there was a K-8 school where one of the students in the middle school portion committed suicide. They had a social and emotional learning program in place for years, and they had a morning meeting where they had a sacred space every day to talk about, to build trust, to create a caring learning environment, and to talk about serious issues if they needed to. So when all the parents were calling the principal saying, "What are you going to say to our children?" and really, in crisis, as a school community, the principal said, "We have a place for this. We have a structure for this. We are ready." And immediately they were able to go into morning meeting, embrace their students, talk about what was going on. There was a sibling in the younger classes, and there was a place for it. Whereas in other schools, I've seen a scramble, and do we even talk about it? And we're not ready to talk about it, and we're going to put it off and let it sit there, and then run the rumor mill where there's confusion and anxiety. And so, long story short, I really think that social and emotional learning absolutely transforms a school from top to bottom in so many ways, and you see it evidenced in children's everyday behaviors.
Jennifer, thank
And
you
what's-
so much for sharing that experience, because there are so many examples of that in our buildings. And I know I work with elementary right now in my current role. And when we did go to online learning, that was a big fear of teachers, that we wouldn't be able to create community in a virtual environment. How are we going to do that? And so that was my role, was to work with my team to create resources to help teachers connect with kids. And it was amazing how within just a few weeks of the school year starting, teachers saying in some ways they felt more connected to their kids than they ever had, because of the intentionality of making time every day. And you mentioned a very tragic situation, which is where having something in place before something happens is crucial. The day-to-day SEL experience for students, community experience for students, is based on themselves, is based on their lived experiences, their identity. We talk so much in our buildings too about equity and about making sure that individuals are seen and heard and that they feel belonging. The space for that happens with explicit instruction of skills, but also the modeling and the practice and the opportunity to exhibit those things throughout the day, so that when something happens that is tragic to an individual or to a group, they know how to have the conversations, but even just as important, they know how to listen, and they know how to make space for different experiences and different emotions and reactions to things.
And I'm so excited that this is how our society is moving towards social and emotional learning. Just like I'm so grateful for organizations like EQuipOurKids, because we're bringing it to society's top of mind. We are familiar with this stuff because of our own experience, but to have, for example, we know that so many children have gone through trauma, and by doing these social and emotional learning exercises, because when kids come to school full of anxiety, their brains are all in the limbic system. They're all in the emotions. They can't even get to the thinking areas of their brain really in order to learn. And a lot of times we forget about this, especially if our own children don't have that kind of experience. But when our kids walk into our classrooms, we have no idea what they came from that morning. And I have learned in coaching over the years, as well as teaching for a long time, sometimes kids can come from really difficult circumstances. And by doing the social and emotional learning exercises, modeling it, saying, how would you deal with that with the kids, practicing and creating this whole base of knowledge for them that's every bit as important, if not more, than what they're learning academically, we are setting it up for our whole society to make a shift in the next generation. And that is just, I mean, when you were talking about the person who, I mean, how tragic for a parent to deal with the child taking their own life. And then for all of the kids, I mean, I was getting teary just listening to your story, and how what we're doing really matters.
Yeah.
You know, like we know intellectually it matters. The studies are showing that it matters, but hearing an experience like that, we know what we're doing is really making a difference. It really matters.
Hear, hear.
And if we look at the people that are truly successful or have become our historical heroes, the people that have created change that has had a world impact, these are people that weren't necessarily scholars. They were people that knew how, they were emotionally intelligent. They knew how to reach people. They knew how to empathize. They knew how to communicate and to listen. The people that we honor in our history, in our current, in our present, are those types of people with really, really strong social emotional skills. And if we keep drawing that out and analyzing these figures and heroes with that lens, not so much as what they did, but how did they make that happen in themselves? And then how did they inspire others? And holding that up as why this is so important and crucial. So.
And we're also kind of changing the shift in how children look at each other and how we look at each other, because we've been, for so long, our whole world has been so much in competition. And it's not that competition is necessarily bad. There's a certain amount of healthy competition, but that isn't always what we end up focusing on, right? and a lot of time, and so what we're doing is we're making a point of having children find the positive things about another classmate and having them find their own positive parts of themselves to develop their own confidence. So we're literally changing the focus, and which is, to me, that's just so exciting that we're on this whole track of just such a positive road that's gonna, I see it as opening all kinds of doors.
Absolutely. We're going to move into some Q&A now. And one of the questions that popped up used a word that I think is going to be a big word going forward, probably for years, and that's resilience. And I know Amy specifically talks about emotional resilience. Could you guys talk about that concept of emotional resilience? What does it look like in different kids, and how can a parent foster that? You want to take that first, Amy?
I would love to. It does start with understanding the emotions. It does start with normalizing our emotions. It does start with an understanding that every emotion has a purpose and a message. And when we're feeling big amounts of anxiety or fear, training ourselves to stop and say, why is this here? Why am I feeling it? It's a natural, it's meant to do something inside me. It's not meant to last for a really, really long time. It's meant to give me some information that I need to move forward. And if I'm not able to do that, I'm able to get help. And that's the key piece, and something that we really strive to teach our kids is that, yes, all these emotions exist in us and are normal, but when something stays around too long, what are the signs of that in ourselves? And then who do you go to? And normalizing the asking for help, focusing on mental health, focusing on mental illness. When something isn't right with how you're thinking or feeling, we need to treat it in the same way that we would if we had a physical illness or a physical situation. So part of resiliency is also teaching kids explicit coping skills, and breathing is something we all have access to. But there are a lot of other things. I was a little bit nervous and feeling some big emotions before this morning, and one of my dear friends and teammates said, you know, start noticing the things around you. And we call this the Take 5, and it's got many names, but starting with our senses head to toe and noticing 5 things we can see, 4 things we can hear, 3 things we can smell and feel and touch, and just grounding ourselves in the moment helps to deal and navigate so that you can think more clearly. And Trisha can definitely speak more to this, and Jennifer too, about how the brain works and how accessing those brains, that if we are in a state of panic or anxiety, we only have limited access as a survival mode. How do we open the brain back up so that we can bounce back and be resilient?
And it's so exciting that we're focusing on that now. I mean, you know, it used to be when kids would get upset, we just try to shut down that behavior and, you know, suck it. In fact, one of the kids I coach was just telling me about a teacher. She got in trouble for misinterpreting a direction. So she did the opposite of what she was supposed to do. She got dressed down in front of the rest of the kids, sat on the bench, wasn't allowed to play the rest of the game for PE. And when she started to cry, the teacher said, oh, what did she say? Oh, it's over now. Just get over it. And we know now in social and emotional, and to be fair, I'm not poking at teachers. I know they're under so much stress, and I'm sure this teacher is probably a lovely human most of the time. I mean, we all make mistakes, right? So my only point is that sometimes we forget it's not top of mind, and we have to be, and we have to be honest with kids when we do that and teach them how to be honest about their feelings and be able to take responsibility for their feelings. Because I think a lot of resiliency, sometimes that comes from things that happen and then guilt or blaming someone else. So not being able to let it go and forgive the other person, because forgiveness is for us more than the other person. And when we can forgive and let something go, then we can move on, and just all of those things. And there are all these techniques that we can use to help kids be resilient now that makes all the difference, so they don't get stuck. So they don't get stuck in the limbic system of their brain. So that, because when kids have been through trauma, if they get stuck, then they can't move past it within that given moment, whatever it is. So their brain just kind of shuts off when we trigger. And now we have all kinds of things that we can use to get them past that so they can think.
Great. We got another question here. And Jen, people have picked up on the title of your book, Confident Parents, Confident Kids. And a lot of them are saying confident and parent don't go together for them, right? It's a tough thing. You're figuring it out day by day. So how can parents balance that feeling confident, like I've got this, with the I'm evolving every day, my kid's evolving every day, I have to accept some of that uncertainty? How do you manage uncertainty and confidence together?
What a fabulous question. Of course, I love that question. And, I named my work Confident Parents, Confident Kids because that's what I wanted in my parenting. How do I find confidence? How do I discover confidence in myself, and how do I raise it in my child? And I think it really depends on how you define confidence. Mm-hmm. Is confidence the loudest person in the room? Is it the life of the party? I don't define it that way. I define it as really, it requires humility. It requires a knowingness that we are all learning in a family. Not only are our children developing, but the adults are developing as well. And learning requires mistakes. It requires failure in order to improve and to hone our social and emotional development. So really, confidence is at the heart of social and emotional learning. And when I interviewed, I surveyed along with some colleagues, many parents, to ask what they wanted for their children, their hopes and dreams for their children. And they said things that you wouldn't be surprised by. I want my child to be happy. One of which was, I want my child to be confident. I want them to be responsible, kind. We looked at the alignment with social and emotional skills, and there was a direct alignment with what parents said for their hopes and dreams for their children, and for themselves, by the way. I want to be confident. And these social emotional skills that we care about, which means that in our daily interactions, we can be working toward our hopes and dreams for our children in the simplest ways. So, but again, I think it takes a lot of humility to be a student of our children, of the learning that takes place in our household.
And sometimes the confidence can just be knowing that we're learning, right? We don't have to have it all perfect all the time. We don't have to, we're not very nice to perfect people. And none of us are perfect. And so having that humility and knowing that we're learning with our children, that's where the confidence comes from. That I may make mistakes, but I know I'm going to take responsibility for that mistake. And I'm going to talk to my child about that. And I'm going to make it clear that it's okay for us to make mistakes, especially when we take responsibility for it, and that it's okay for them to make mistakes, because that's where their lack of confidence comes from. So confidence doesn't mean perfection. I think a lot of times we get that confused. Confidence means that we know that we're going to move forward, that we're going to do the very best we can, And that when we make mistakes, which we all are going to, that we're going to own them and be a good example for our kids in how we deal with those mistakes, because that's just part of the human condition. And knowing that we're going to make mistakes, but that we're going to take responsibility and, you know, use that as a learning opportunity for both ourselves and our kids. That's a lot of where the confidence comes from.
To piggyback on that, I get a lot of my confidence from, as a parent, from allowing myself the same grace that I allow my daughter, and looking at myself in the same, with the same, attempting the same loving lens that I do her, and acknowledging to myself and acknowledging to her that I have all the exact same emotions that she does. And so all those things happen in me that are happening in her, and I am learning to understand their messages with her. And that can be really hard to do, but the more that I do that, the more grace I give myself, the more confidence I have in what I'm doing with her.
And practice makes better.
Yeah.
It doesn't make
absolutely.
perfect. I don't know who made that up, but practice makes better. Right. And
Yeah.
and the more we practice, and that's a lot of where confidence comes from. That's so sweet, Amy.
Well, I can tell we could keep going and going, but we gotta wrap this up. I really want to say thanks to you, Amy and Jennifer and Patricia. This has been a great session. I want to remind people that they can always find other parent-friendly information, including the books we've talked about here, at EQuipOurKids.org. We've got toolkits for parents there to help start doing some of this stuff at home with their kids. We also have a toolkit there to help parents talk to their schools and their educators in their life about how can we get more of this into the classrooms that their kids are in. And this is really important. Most people may not know, but the U.S. Surgeon General, the Children's Hospital Association, and the Academy of Pediatrics have all acknowledged there's a mental health crisis for youth right now in America, and SEL can be a big part of solving that crisis. That's a lot of why we're doing what we're doing here. So again, I want to say thank you to everybody. Folks, stay tuned. We'll be back in 2 minutes with our next segment, which is on SEL trauma and healing. If you liked the brain portion of this, we're really going to dive into more of the brain sort of things in the next session. So see you in a minute. Day, and welcome to our session on SEL trauma and healing in our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. For people who are just joining, I'm Matthew Spohr. I'm the Director of Marketing for the nonprofit Equip Our Kids. We advocate for social emotional learning in schools and in homes. People who are watching us on Zoom can submit questions in the chat box. Everybody who's watching us, because we're on multiple platforms, feel free to live post your reactions to this session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SEL. And if you want to help get SEL into more schools, you can text the word equip to 707070 and make a donation. In this session, I'm going to be talking with two child trauma experts, Joy Thomas, who is a mom, and she leads community engagement and learning for the ACEs Resource Network, and Alfonso Ramirez, a dad and founder of Trauma Informed Consulting. So welcome both of you. I'm going to have both of you introduce yourself a little more. And by way of introduction, why don't you tell us also how SEL has impacted your kids? What have you seen sort of in the before and after when they've been exposed to some of the concepts of social emotional learning? Let's start with you, Joy. Ladies
All right. Thank you so much for having me here today. As you mentioned, I lead community engagement and learning for ACE Resource Network. We lead the numberstory.org resource, and I specialize in preventing and addressing impacts of adverse childhood experiences, childhood adversity and trauma and toxic stress, and in educating others around these issues. I have focused in my past roles on helping young people use creative expression to build SEL skills, to manage stress, and to promote healing from early adversity. I'm representing today for step parents, bonus parents, and co-parents out there. I've co-parented my 20-year-old daughter since she was 2. And some of the differences that I've seen in my daughter through SEL are powerful, life-changing differences. My daughter is autistic. So SEL has been really an integral part of her really learning to connect with all of us from, all as a journey through life. And so we've had the wonderful experience of helping even create programs that didn't exist to help her build a community of young people that we could help facilitate some of this learning in groups in ways that fit for our daughter's needs, and helped her connect with kids that she could relate with and she could learn and grow with, and use tools like theater and the arts and things that she loved and related to improv comedy. And we've seen her really grow and thrive and build in her confidence and her ability to understand things she's going through and process the world in her own way and share in the world and express herself and connect with us and with her peers in really beautiful ways that have allowed us to know her better and allowed her to enjoy other people and experience the world, I think, in ways that she wouldn't have possibly been able to if not for having vehicles for self-expression, for emotional self-management, and all kinds of wonderful tools that we've been hearing about today. So the journey has been one full of challenges, but incredible rewards and transformation.
Wow, that's powerful. I know that being social is a major challenge for kids who experience autism. So understanding that that has made a difference for her and overcoming a really big challenge is great. Wow. Alfonso, tell us more about you and your kids and some of the transformation they've gone through.
Yeah, hi. Thank you so much for having me today. Excited to be here. I'm the father of 3 beautiful children and the spouse of an amazing assistant high school principal, and we live in Portland, Oregon. As you mentioned, I founded Trauma-Informed Consulting and have worked with many schools, healthcare organizations, community-based and governmental organizations. I presented on trauma-informed practices, social emotional learning, and equity. I am trained in the neurosequential model of education. And I use this model to lead a 3-year trauma-informed pilot program at Tigard High School, where we really focused in on understanding ourselves, how the brain works, how our states of stress work. And this is really folded nicely into social emotional learning. The work at Tigard High School was featured on HBO's Problem Areas with Wyatt Cenac, titled Mental Health Problems, and that gives a little bit of a glimpse into what we were doing. Social emotional learning for us has been really instrumental in helping our students succeed. And what we found is that it really started with us as educators, that when we build social emotional learning skills within ourselves, we're able to help support students in navigating really, in our case, in a high school, a very difficult time in their lives. And what I found most transformational is that I became a better parent. I was more patient, I was more communicative, I reflected more on how I was feeling, and I was able to share this with my wonderful daughters. It's been really just an amazing transformation for me personally, but also really effective in supporting my children.
What did you see in your children? You know, as you became a better parent, what did you see in them?
What I saw is that as we had conversations about our feelings, about our stress, about relationships, I was noticing that they were actually not as afraid as they used to be in making friends. And they were also making really good friends that supported them and who they felt they could support. Their grades went just through the roof. They are amazing. They work really hard at school. And when they come home, it's just a time for us to relax and be together and do fun things together. And I've just really seen them mature in ways that have been really amazing. And I've learned a lot from them as well.
Fabulous. That's great. I've really been looking forward to this session because both of your areas really make me want to nerd out, and we're going to do a little bit of that. And I think we should probably start a little bit with Alfonso. I know you've got a lot of great information to share about what's going on in kids' brains. And I don't want to go completely down the whole neurological route, but I think parents need to understand what's going on inside their kid's head, literally. And I know that you can speak to a really great model for how that's going on and how parents can help use that.
Yeah, if it's possible to share the brain organization, your heart, your digestive system, breathing, all the things you don't have to think about. But if everything's okay there, then things move into the movement or motory part of the brain. That has to do with exercise, movement, appetite. And really the brain is making sure that that part is okay. And if that part's okay, then it goes into the relational part of the brain. And then we're able to form really good relationships. And if we feel safe there in our relationships, then all the information goes up to our cortex, which is the most human part about us. It allows us to reflect on the past, think about the future, solve problems in the present. And we need all parts of our brains to be regulated to be able to make those really complex decisions that we need to make as human beings. And so what social emotional learning does is it helps us understand what's happening inside our bodies. Are we overwhelmed? Have we had sufficient exercise? Do we have safe relationships? And when is it time for rest? When is it time for a break? When do I need my own time? And as we do that, we're really able to solve problems, to help support others, and have really great relationships.
Yeah, I think that's crucial, that things can get stuck on the emotional level. At Equip Our Kids, we talk about, we know kids can't learn when they're hungry, right? Which is part of that lower level function. And so we have nutritional programs at school, and it makes a big difference. And it's the same thing when kids are anxious, depressed, fearful, lacking in confidence, all of those other things that are below that cortex level that stops those things from happening. Absolutely. And then Joy, I know on your end, you focus on adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs in the acronym world. Can you talk a little bit more about that? I think some people may not be aware of that acronym, but they certainly know stress, and maybe toxic stress. Can you fill us in a little more on that, and maybe how that relates to what Alfonso just shared?
Sure. So when we are young and we're going through some core developmental phases, uh, we when we experience intense stress, and sometimes it can go on over periods of time. Um, there have been studies that show that those kinds of experiences may have long-term lasting impacts that can not only affect what our childhoods can look like, but also our lifelong trajectories, without some really critical interventions that are within our reach, which are really important to mention. I'll put a pin there and we'll come back to those. But some of those experiences that can have this kind of potential impact are these 10 that have been tested quite extensively starting back in the 90s, that we refer to as officially capital ACEs, adverse childhood experiences, are in these 3 categories. And those 10 ACEs, or these 10 categories of experiences, fall under abuse, neglect, and household challenges. Like divorce is the most common, incarceration, substance abuse of a caregiver, witnessing domestic violence, or a caregiver or someone in your household experiencing mental illness. And when young people experience one of those things, or things beyond these 10, we can take a look at in the other slide, which we know so many of us, it's hard to find kids who haven't been through some of these experiences from either of these lists, things like discrimination, poverty, racism. That discrimination can be based on race, gender identity, orientation, being part of the LGBTQ plus identity, religion, learning differences or disabilities, other types of violence. It could be bullying or school violence or community violence, intergenerational or cultural trauma that is, sort of passed down through cultures or family lineages, separation of a parent and a caregiver for all kinds of reasons, major life changes. It could be everything as big as immigration to a big move to an area where you don't know anyone, a medical trauma, losing someone you love, all of these types of sort of traumas or major challenges that are sort of on a child in a way that may burden them, and they are overwhelmed beyond their capacity to cope in the moment. And the key here is when they don't have a buffering, nurturing adult support presence to help intervene, that's where some of that toxic stress becomes a concern. And that toxic stress response, stress itself doesn't have to mean necessarily a bad outcome. We know that we're going to face stress, and that's where it's so critical that we have our own SEL skills to model and support. And I think we'll get into more of that. But when kids don't have that, that's when sometimes, or even if sometimes they do have that, but the situation may just be so overwhelming, or the parent is impacted. We as caregivers might be dealing with our own mental health issue, substance use issue, something there in one of those or other categories. And we might not be available to give that support a kid needs in the moment. And that toxic stress can actually get under the skin. It can actually affect that developing architecture of the brain that Alfonso showed. And that the sort of base of the brain there can be overdeveloped, and the brain can be wired more for protection than for connection and learning. And we see things like kids having being more than 30 times, if you have more than 4 of those, this is like the getting into the data, we won't go too far, but you can be more than 30 times more likely to experience learning difficulties in school. And so that's where we go, wow, this kind of stuff, what's going on in life, and a kid's ability to cope and support, and a parent's ability to cope and support is really critical to students' abilities to learn. And because their safety is really that foundation for their capacity for higher learning, just like Alfonso explained with the brain. And so everything we can do to invest in that nurturing, safe, secure environments, and the positive experiences that we can instill, every positive activity and safe adult that we can have there as a resource for kids who can build up their capacity to manage and navigate stress, which is what SEL does, can help be a buffer, because we know that ACEs aren't the whole equation. So that's a little bit about the lens that I'm coming from and how they fit together really well.
Yeah, that's a great connection. And I love the word safety that tied those two together. That word hadn't come up yet today, but I think it's a very powerful concept to think about. And Alfonso, I know you mentioned the work you've done at Tigard when you started basically acknowledging these things that go on in the world, both inside kids and in their environment. And once you adapted them into the school, that the school really transformed. Can you tell us more about what happened in that 3-year project?
Yeah, really, we really started with a foundational understanding, which was this neurosequential model developed by Dr. Bruce Perry. And what we found is if we just gave people opportunities for regulation, for people to just explore some of those social emotional components of what you feel like inside and what you can do to regulate your stress, how to have relationships with other people in positive ways. We made sure that a lot of our really vulnerable students had an adult relationship, much like Joy was talking about. It's that safety in the relationships that you provide that can be really impactful. I don't know if you're able to show the graduation rate slide, but one thing that we found that was amazing is graduation rates went up 7% for everyone as an average. But for those students that are typically more marginalized by race, for example, they saw even further gains. And I think that was due to us providing this safe regulatory environment. No environment's perfect, and we're always struggling to get better and to be more thoughtful and more courageous in our actions. what I thought was particularly stunning with these results is that our students that received special education services had a graduation increase of around 20 to 25%. It was really starking. And it wasn't so much that we did social emotional learning with those students, although we did. It was that we used social emotional learning with the whole staff, the whole school. So these students could find places that were much more supportive and safe for them. And when you do that, learning just is increased. There's another slide, if you're able to share, that is talking about disciplinary referrals. And this was amazing too, is we found that our disciplinary referrals, the referrals to the office for behavioral issues, declined by 40%. And so what we think are students were more able to be responsible for their decisions and their behaviors, but teachers weren't as stressed either. And we were able to have more positive communications with students. And this is something that's held even through the pandemic, really lower disciplinary referrals.
I think that's really eye-opening. We're going into an election year and schools are becoming an important issue there. And when communities, I think, want to talk about their schools, they adopt this sort of command and control attitude about the schools need to run better, kids need to graduate, everything needs to be shipshape and disciplinary. And I think it's still sort of counterintuitive for people that if we make schools more of a community, more supportive, more welcoming, not this command and control place, but more of a embracing place, that they'll get the results they want, right? Graduation rates will go up, disciplinary referrals will go down. People who need even more support and success start to get it, but it works for everybody. I think it's an amazing model. And, I know we would love to help publicize that result more because I think that's super important. Absolutely. Joy, I know you work with a lot of schools too, and you've probably seen similar transformations. Tell us some of the things you've seen.
I do. And in my past work, I did a lot of work directly with students. And in that work, I was largely using the creative arts interventions. And a lot of that work was really helping students who had already been through really challenging times to essentially use tools that felt safe to them to tap into identifying and expressing emotion in ways that actually felt fun and not threatening. And it really, I think, one big goal was to help validate and empower kids and teens who had been through some really challenging stuff already by acknowledging that their bodies may be making more stress hormones than the average person, that they may actually experience more stress because of those early experiences and maybe some of their ongoing life situations. For a lot of kids, it's an ongoing reality that they may be living with that they can't control or get out of. And that can look and feel like having trouble sleeping, difficulty focusing on tasks, or paying attention and learning, and struggling with self-control and self-regulation. And to help them feel like that's normal because of what they've been through, and to give them a safe space to do things like talk about our feelings, but maybe in a way that's like, we give our inner weather reports instead of saying, like, I'm really sad today because my dad hurt my feelings last night. Or we might say, like, today I'm a rainstorm. And it might come out in a little bit of other ways, or it might not, but it helps them at least give some voice and feel a little bit heard. and that someone's caring and listening, and to let them know that, you know, the way you're reacting, we understand that there's reasons and it's valid, and our bodies have mechanisms designed to protect us from harm, and you've been through harm. That mechanism is even stronger in you in some ways. You're little superheroes, or not so little. Some of these are high schoolers. And you know, you might be more sensitive and more easily activated to other stressors and have bigger stress responses than some of your peers who haven't been through some of this stuff. And when it seems like you're overreacting, you know, it's probably not all in their head, and you're probably not just taking things too personally. It could be that you're biologically more sensitive to the experience of the sense stressors that you're feeling, and we get that. But what can we do about it together, and what can we figure out that you can, that feels better, good to you? What are some tools we can try out together? And so exploring things like that with kids of all ages, and helping over time, doing these exercises and doing these groups, really what the real emerging message, and I think we've already said it a couple times, was that the real core was the relationships, that it was being there and showing up and listening and holding that space. And I think that's something that I took away as a parent too, is to say, I'm gonna mess up. I'm gonna say the wrong things. Sometimes I'm gonna say the things that make my kid roll their eyes or make them groan or make them get mad. But I'm gonna keep trying, and I'm gonna keep showing up, and I'm gonna keep reaching out. I'm gonna keep holding space, and I'm gonna keep following through and being there. And so the relationship is really, to me, what it's about, and holding that space, and trying my best to create safety and to work on my reactions too, because I think that's one of the biggest things we can do when we're working with anyone of any age, to help them through some really tough stuff and help prepare them for more in life.
Yeah, I know, Joy, you've got a background, as you've mentioned, in arts, and I think arts education is huge for all sorts of reasons. But it's also suffering right now, both from budgets and also virtual education is very hard to do arts with. What are do you have like one or two favorite things that you can do, or that parents can do on their own as sort of an arts connection with their kids?
Yeah, for sure. Depending on ages and stages, I think that getting creative together is one of the best things that we can do with our kids. And there's lots of really accessible ways. I love collaborative art. So whether that's telling a story where we go around and we add on to each other's story to build a simple wacky tale together in the family, or doing that with a drawing where we build on to each other's drawing and switch back and forth, adding on to each other's drawing. It's great to parallel play, but it's even more kind of fun and leans a little bit more into some of this learning, if we can find ways to make it a little bit more interactive and collaborative. When we're talking like sometimes even with littlest kids, we can build a type of empathy through mirroring movements, even if that's like a dance party and we teach a dance movement to each other, like pick a silly movement and mirror it back, and then you trade off and take a turn. And it's called kinesthetic empathy, but it actually helps build empathy for others in our brain. If we're talking a little bit older, like teens, it could be something like picking a song to play and share with each other, like play me a song that you like, and it can open up some avenues to talking about and listening to some tunes together, and kind of sharing like, or what's a song you liked when you were my age, kind of a thing. Like I'll play a song I liked as a teenager and you play me a song you're into now, and kind of jam out a little bit together there. So anything you can find to connect around that's creative is a great vehicle for a little bit more vulnerability and a little bit more perspective taking, which are great, great ways to lean into some of this type of learning that fosters some of that connection and bond with our kids that we're looking for.
I love the music. Other people in the webinar have said that the car has become the new dining room table, that's the place where families can gather. And you could do that in the car, right?
Super place to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I
Well,
think that's great. That's fabulous. Alfonso, a question for you. Other folks in the webinar have said, this is all great, but I wasn't raised this way, right? This wasn't how I was parented. And that's where a lot of people learn how to parent. So given what you know about the brain and how it works individually and socially, what's something that might be counterintuitive for parents to do that they wouldn't normally think of, but because of what we've learned in terms of the brain and our social nature is exactly what they should be doing?
Yeah, it's a little counterintuitive to think that to improve your children's social emotional learning and wellness is really to start with yourself, to take care of yourself and think about those lower parts of the brain. Am I overwhelmed? Have I had sufficient exercise? If I've been sitting down too long? Really simple things that seem a little selfish, but really are helpful to you so that you can be strong and resilient, and you can then be in a better place to help your children. One of the things that we like to do in my family is we go on hikes, and taking care of ourselves that way and just having that time to use our energy in positive ways helps us to be a little bit more present for our children. The other thing I think that is helpful is to realize that sometimes we need a break. And if I'm in a not so good space with one of my kids, and there's a disagreement, sometimes I have to tap out, and I'll say, Zuli, can you could take over for me, because I'm really dysregulated. And so I'll go for a walk, and she'll come in. And one of the things that's important to understand about this, like Joy was saying, that connection really is a better prediction of how well a child's going to do than their ACEs. And schools are really willing, in my experience, to offer some of that connection. So if there is a child in your family that doesn't have a lot of adult connections and supports, you can go to the school and say, hey, is there an adult there that could sort of take my child under their wing, or just be someone to support them as they go through school? And most schools are really eager to do that.
That's great. I definitely counterintuitive. I think a lot of parents think if I only work harder and sacrifice more, things will be better. And maybe that's not the case, right? I love that. That's great. We had a question come in, which it's a pretty meaty question, but I think it's important. Over the last couple of years, we've had kids lose either, close or not so close family members or community members to COVID or other things. How can parents foster that level of coping skills in kids? Because that's, to Joy's area of expertise, that is a major stressor in a kid's life. How can all of this help with that very real scenario? That's a big question. I'm not sure who wants to jump in first, but.
It is a big question, and I think it really depends on the age and the development of the child. Some smaller children will process in a different way through play, through drawings, through art, and older children may need someone to talk about through that and process the grief that they're experiencing. And I think also and counterintuitive as well is we have most of us have experienced grief over the losses that we've experienced through the COVID pandemic, whether it's work or relationships. So making sure that we get the support that we need to help ourselves with our grief is important.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think just remembering, Alfonso mentioned it right before the question, that the connection, I think, and support for the child at any age is going to be, in the long run, what is sort of one of the most significant predictors of the impact on the child. That is, are there other caring and nurturing adults to sort of circle around this child in their moment of grief and loss, to help bolster them and sort of fill the needs, despite the fact that it may be a very deep loss that they're experiencing. And of course, we can't replace the people that we love. And it's going to be, there are things that also we want to just make sure that, some of the things that we're experiencing when we're kids, and we might not even know in the moment they don't show up, and just knowing to keep looking out for that child along their path, and that things can surface later. So just trying to make sure that from any, that the other supports and resources in their life are aware, and that they're getting all the help that they can, that if there is counseling available or school resources and supports, that they're able to connect with them and keep following up and being present in their lives, and doing everything you can to show up for the child and keep them engaged in those positive things to keep filling their cup. And it's been a really, really tough time for so many kids we know. And but as we know, it's not the loss piece isn't the whole equation. So that's where we can put our hope.
Yeah. One other strategy that or thing that you can do with your child is, if there's a loved one that you've lost, what are the qualities of this person that you really admired? And then how can you honor this person by trying to incorporate those qualities into your life, and take something that you admire and use that in your own daily life. And that, especially for older kids, that can be a way to help the person's memory live on.
Oh, that's beautiful. I love that. We've got time for one more question, I think. At first, this seemed a little strange, but unfortunately, social media can be a source of trauma for people, and it can be trauma on an individual, almost neurological level, and also in the society, in the community. Do you guys have any experience or advice for parents helping kids navigate the world of social media? Because a lot of parents, they didn't grow up with that. They have no experience to relate to. What have you learned?
One thing that's important to consider with social media is it's relatively new, and we're all learning to manage our use of it. Some of the best things you can do is just block time to use it. And it's the trouble with a phone is it's always there, or a smartphone or whatever, but really limiting that time, tracking the time that you're spending on it, and having conversations about that. But it's not going to go away, and it's better to have conversations about how to use it in a healthy way than to just try to eliminate it. Those are things that I've found have been helpful, at least in our family.
Yeah, I think I've learned too that we experience our sort of online lives differently too, especially depending how we learn, how we experience the world, our neurotypes. And so in learning from in our family, I've learned to try to, because that has been one of our in our struggles of how much that time should be and things like that. And so as is everyone's, right? But I think learning to try to understand that and understand sort of my child's perspective, especially, I think it's probably much more relevant now during a pandemic when we've asked kids to move their whole lives online and to connect socially in ways that we haven't had to live that way as young people in the world. And I learned like to stop saying in my own relationship with my child, like, real life, not online, because that is real life to my child, and those are real friends, even if she hasn't met them in the same room with her. So I don't want to dismiss. I try to validate and not use things that dismiss her lived experience, while still trying to keep that balance of sort of, we need to also move and have nature and things that we know benefit us, our bodies too. So some of my own growth there.
That's great. We got to wrap it up. I've really enjoyed this deep dive. You guys really took us down into like the real heart of what's going on and come back up and gave people practical things to do. So everybody remember, you can always find more parent-friendly information on SEL at EQuipOurKids.org. We've got toolkits there to help your parenting and also help you communicate with educators about how to get this sort of education that Alfonso and Joy have talked about into your school. So stay tuned for our next segment, which is our keynote segment, From Sandy Hook to Choosing Love. And we're going to be back in 2 minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the keynote session from Sandy Hook to Choosing Love for our SEL Day webinar, Parents Equip Our Kids. And happy SEL Day. This is a big day. You may not know this, but today we received a presidential proclamation from President Biden and First Lady Jill supporting SEL Day, as well as the governor of California. I know other governors have weighed in too, so I think this is it's been a great day. For you just joining us, I'm Matthew Spohr. I'm the Director of Marketing for the nonprofit Equip Our Kids. We advocate for social emotional learning in schools and in homes. If you're joining us on Zoom, you can submit questions in the chat box. Everybody else, since we're on multiple platforms, feel free to live post your reactions to this session on your favorite social media platform and use the hashtag SEL Day. If you want to help get more SEL into schools, you can text the word equip to 707070 and make a donation. Without further ado, let's get to this banner session. We have David Adams, who is a dad. He's the CEO of Urban Assembly, and he's also the co-founder of SEL Day. And he'll be interviewing Scarlett Lewis, mom and chief movement officer for the Jesse Lewis Choose Love movement. So David, please kick us off.
Well, Matthew, thank you so much for the introduction. As you talked about today is International Social and Emotional Learning Day. We're talking about finding common ground, pursuing common good. And I'm so excited to be here with Scarlett Lewis. And Scarlett is a friend of mine. We've met through this space here today. And our friendship is based on the power of social and emotional learning to connect folks to each other and turn pain into purpose. Scarlett, it's wonderful to be here with you today. I'm really excited to learn about your SEL journey. As you know, I'm CEO of Urban Assembly. We've been focusing on SEL for a long time and students, but I'd love to learn a little bit about how you've come to social and emotional learning and the importance of social and emotional learning in turning pain into purpose.
Thank you, David. Thanks for having me. I'm so excited to be here. Congratulations on all the progress that you've made. It's fantastic. It's fantastic for our kids and ourselves and our communities and our homes. I started my SEL journey about 9 years ago, and it's a pretty dramatic story, but my 6-year-old son, Jesse Lewis, was murdered in his first grade classroom at Sandy Hook Elementary School. And he had written a message on our kitchen chalkboard shortly before he died. He wrote 3 words: nurturing, healing, love. And I kind of looked at everything a little bit differently than maybe others. I felt compassion for the shooter. He was a recent graduate of the school system, and I knew that he had really suffered isolation and bullying, had few coping skills. Then I see this message on the kitchen chalkboard saying nurturing, healing, love. And I thought, wow, could this just be it? If he had known how to give and receive nurturing, healing, love, the tragedy would never have happened. It seemed so simple to me. Simple isn't always easy. And I was introduced to a doctoral professor, Dr. Chris Cook at Western Connecticut State University. And I said, how do I get nurturing, healing, love into schools? I feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And he said it's called social and emotional learning. That's so interesting because I had never heard of that before. I had 2 sons, a single mom, worked full time, and wasn't really involved in the school. And I started researching about it. And I thought, wow, these are incredible life skills, like knowing how to have healthy and meaningful relationships and connections, how to manage our emotions, how to make responsible decisions, how to grow through difficulty. And I don't have these skills and tools. I was a college graduate, did a little bit of everything as a single mom to support my boys, but I was not socially and emotionally intelligent. So I started creating programming, lifespan programming, because this can benefit all of us, and learned these skills and tools as an adult. And I can tell you that they changed my life. And ever since then, I've been advocating And really my life's goal is to get social and emotional learning in front of every child.
Well, I mean, Scarlett, one of the reasons why I think you and I connect, it's because it's also my life goal to get social emotional learning in front of every child. And you talked about this notion of isolation, you know, this notion of compassion. And it must be difficult to really take the perspective of some person or person who's taken so much away from you. And can you tell me a little bit about what it means to take the perspective of another person who may cause a lot of pain? I think in our society today, we struggle to really think about what perspective taking means, right? We take the perspective of those who agree with us, and we just try to shut out those who don't. But I heard you say that you really tried to understand how this happened. So can you just tell me a little bit more about what perspective taking means to you and how you've come to that skill and value?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, David, because initially there was a lot of blame, finger pointing, fault finding, and a lot of the blame went towards the shooter and his mom. And of course, they are responsible. But I also knew that hurt people. And I wondered how he got to that point. We know that we're born gravitating towards love, and we have to learn to hate. So how did that happen to this young person? And so I got curious, really, and I started finding out information, asking what happened to him instead of what is wrong with him. And realized that, you know, there was just many stories of pain and loneliness that he had endured. And I wanted to not also allow him to have control over my thoughts that impact how I felt and then would impact me going forward. And so I did that through forgiveness. And some people didn't understand that, but for me, it enabled me to take my personal power back. And then beyond that, work using what I've learned to help solve the problems that we're seeing in our schools that then translate into homes and communities and vice versa. And the amazing thing is that service piece, that taking what I learned through my painful experience, that learned experience, which is actually, I think, the definition of wisdom, and using it to help other people is how I'm healing.
I keep thinking about this notion of nurturing, healing, love, right? And you just talked about healing by finding love for yourself, finding love for folks who have caused pain in the world. And you talked about this notion of taking and reclaiming your direction, your trajectory in life, by finding how to help heal others in the world, right? And that's how you came to SEL. And I've been thinking a lot about the pandemic, Scarlett, and while your tragedy is a unique tragedy in its depth, the pandemic stressed and caused a lot of pain in our communities. And so what from your experience do you think you can offer to folks who really struggled through the pandemic in the context of social emotional learning? What can we offer those who also felt pain during that time?
And are still feeling pain. I think we're all still feeling the pain of isolation and loneliness and the difference in our world, and having this kind of low level, sometimes high level anxiety. It is very uncomfortable. For the first time in my life, we are all out of our comfort zone. We've never been in a place like this before. But the upside of that, there's always a silver lining, is that we're in our growth zone. And so I think that shifting our perspective from focusing on the problems, how the difficulty that we face, how our lives have changed, what has been taken away, to what we still have,
Yeah.
What are the positives that came out of this? I mean, I had to do that practice and still do that practice every day, all day long. People talk about doing it in the morning, maybe, and at night, and listing 3 things. I tick off gratitudes all day long. We have so many thoughts every day. And because our brains want to keep us safe, we gravitate towards negativity. And all we need to know is that we can only focus on one thought at a time. So we can use gratitude to shift our thoughts and to a more positive place. And I do that all day long. And I think that that's a really important practice, that the understanding also that pain is actually an opportunity for growth. There is a term called post-traumatic growth. That is when we grow through difficulty. And actually, it's what the vast majority of us experience after we've gone through trauma and difficulty, roadblocks, challenges in our lives. But because of the way that we're sometimes wired, we focus on the negative, when really there's so much positive that can come out of difficulty. So I think taking a moment and taking a brave breath, that's what we call it, to face what is going on in your life and asking yourself, what can I learn from this? How can I grow through this? And of course, that was a really difficult question to ask myself after my son's murder, but there was a lot there, and there always is. And I mean, even the pandemic, for me, the silver lining of the pandemic has been the focus on social and emotional learning. Look, for the first time, we got presidential recognition. I've been trying to get that for 9 years now. And you did it, David. Yes. But that's the silver lining, because our kids are suffering so much. And really, I think the number one solution is teaching them essential life skills and coping skills that can enable them to grow through this and not be taken down by it.
Well, Scarlett, speaking of gratitude, I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for the person that you bring to these spaces, for the ability to take your story and lift other people up with it. There's something about being in relationship with you that just makes my day a little bit better. And I just want to say thank you for that. And I know we're all working on our social and emotional skills, and I'm always working on my relationship skills. Tell me a little bit more about the social and emotional skills that you're developing and have developed, and what does it mean to be consistently kind of developing yourself throughout the lifespan, as we talked about before, and how does your program support that work?
I think it really boils down to just staying curious. Things happen, and friends go through difficulty. You've got friends who have kids that are going through difficulty, and just staying really curious and constantly expanding your base of knowledge, because there's so much research that's coming out all the time. And just, for me, we have a powerful formula that we focus on. And that can lead you to thoughtfully responding with love in any situation, circumstance, or interaction. And that powerful formula starts with courage. And so these are the things that I practice every single day. Courage, science tells us, is like a muscle. We have to practice it to strengthen it. And of course, we know how much courage our lives take every day. Even sometimes getting out of bed and putting our best foot forward takes a lot of courage. The courage to do the right thing and not the easy thing. The courage to face the challenges in our lives instead of resist and avoid them, or maybe numb ourselves. The courage to choose a grateful thought over an anxious thought. The courage to expand our friend group. The courage to help someone. I mean, the list goes on, and we can practice our courage to strengthen it. And then we've talked about gratitude. That's our second on our list. That we call it the great mind shifter. So important. I told you I ticked those off. every single day. And then forgiveness is another big one. I've already touched on that, but we found that a lot of adults really still think that forgiveness is a gift that you give someone else who hurt you, who doesn't deserve it. And the reality is forgiveness is a gift, and this is based on decades of research, by the way, a gift that you give yourself. It benefits the forgiver. And in my case, it was the only way that I could take my personal power back. It was freedom from living my life with anger and resentment. And I did not want to live that way. And I had a surviving son who was 12 years old at the time. And I knew that I needed to model a positive way forward for him. And forgiveness was it. It is so powerful. And the amazing thing is, it's the favorite character value for kids. Kids love it. They call it a superpower. They say it feels so good to let it go. And then the last character value that we focus on, that I focus on in my life, is compassion. And we call it compassion in action, because compassion has two components. There is the identifying of a need component, and then the action component. And that's really kind of what sets it aside, it makes it different from empathy. We hear a lot about empathy, and empathy is necessary in relationships, but when you practice empathy, you're putting yourself in someone else's shoes and you're feeling their pain. And that lights up the same receptors in your brain as physical pain. It's a painful process. And we hear a lot today about educator burnout and fatigue in the education world and in the medical world. And really, when you're talking about compassion, there is no such thing as compassion burnout. Compassion, when you practice it and you're mindfully aware of the benefits, actually strengthens you. It can elongate your life. It helps your immune system. It releases oxytocin. It's actually empathy burnout and fatigue. And I think that that's a really, really important thing for everyone who's listening to hear. I just came back from South by Southwest education conference and was giving a talk on overcoming educator fatigue by choosing love, and talked about that very same formula and the difference between empathy and compassion. Really important, because educators have compassion in action in their job description, and they practice that every single day. So in reality, every day, every time that they make a connection with a child in a compassionate way, they are helping, healing, and strengthening themselves.
Let's take a second to look at this. You talked about courage, like a muscle, something that needs to be practiced to develop. You talked about gratitude, right? Being able to feel grateful, to take stock of the blessings that we have. You talked about forgiveness, being able to heal yourself, right? To give yourself grace through giving the grace to others, and then compassion and action. And these things, they sound straightforward. Why are we struggling in the world to live these concepts out, right? To be courageous, to find gratitude, to see ourselves and activate grace and forgiveness and compassion. What's holding us back as a country, as a community, as young people, as teachers, from living out these values?
That is such a great question. Isn't that the $1 million question?
It is.
Because you're saying, oh, this just sounds so easy. But it's not. And it's funny. It's funny, David, because I used to say, hey, it's a formula, you just practice it and do it. But, now I'm saying it's not easy. I don't know why we think that happiness, we're entitled to that.
Right.
Nobody tells us, though, that it's so difficult, that every single day you have to work at it. You have to get up, and the first thing in the morning is practice gratitude. It's discipline, it's effort, but it totally pays off. I mean, the other side of the coin is anxiety and depression, perhaps, and substance abuse, and even worse. So it takes a lot of work. And it takes having these skills and tools. I mean, this is what our life's work is, David, yours and mine, is getting these essential life skills in front of children. I really think that is the game changer. And I know for myself, I know that would have saved my son's life. And I say that with, my heart just wide open, not just my son, but the 19 first graders that died alongside him, as well as the shooter. And it would have, reduced and prevented so much of the suffering that we've seen so far. I mean, it extends beyond, obviously, school safety, because social and emotional learning is the number one way to have a connected, compassionate, loving culture of a school. And when you have that in your school's culture, that can reduce and prevent a grievance. That is the thing that escalates into an attack when you look at the pathway to violence. So really, this is the number one way to have a safe school. It's important to harden, unfortunately, because we've had 350 school shootings since Sandy Hook Elementary 9 years ago. So it's important to harden, unfortunately, but the most important part of school safety is the culture and social and emotional, having a full social and emotional learning program that's embraced by all and just really in the very fabric of the school as a priority is the number one way to have a great culture. And so it's working it. And it's not just like a program like, oh, let's bring this. Okay, we're gonna have some lessons right now, but then we're gonna put it away and we're gonna do something else. It's in the fabric of everything that you do. And I know this because I practice this every single day. So it's a little part of everything that I do. It's a little part of every interaction that I have, every word that I write. I'm practicing my social and emotional intelligence.
It's so interesting you say that, Scarlett, because I really get the sense that you are modeling and living the values that you put out. Right? This is not something like a poster to you. It's really something that is the core of how you've chosen to take the trajectory of purpose. And it's not always easy for educators. And you talked about empathy fatigue at South by Southwest, right? Some folks, I think they get into the field of education and they think my job is to take content from my mind or from a textbook and deliver it to a child. But so much of this is the compassion. So much of this is the courage to see kids, to create environments where kids see themselves. So I just wanted to get the sense of modeling. How can we work with our educators to really understand the importance of modeling, given all the constraints that they have in terms of curriculum and timing, and the principals coming to see me, and the regents are coming in New York City. Tell me about this notion of modeling and how we support our educators to do that for themselves and for young people.
It's so important, David, because educators have the most important job in the entire world. And I'm talking as a parent. We give them our most precious asset for the majority of the day and help ask them to help shape and mold them into the human beings they're going to become. But they're also responsible for grades and test scores. And there's been such a focus on that when teachers start incorporating social and emotional learning, they say that it reminds them of why they became teachers. Why do you become a teacher? It is because you're going to have a room full of open hearts and open minds that you can influence. And this whole concept of modeling for me started because I knew that I was going to have to model for my surviving son, who was 12 years old, how to navigate these really difficult waters after this national tragedy. And I wanted us to have a good life. And I knew that I would have to show him. He was watching me. And as every student is their teacher, and every child is their parent, watching everything that you do. every word that comes out of your mouth, every facial expression, every gesticulation, even your energy. This is how we communicate. We only communicate, I think it's 40% with words. The rest is with everything about us. And, you know, we may think that we go into the other room and have a secret conversation, but kids hear everything. And when you have an awareness that you are modeling in the moment how these kids are going to learn to get through any situation, it helps you rise to the occasion and be the best version of yourself. And I can say that because I did that. I practiced being present before Jesse's murder. And so, you know, it's easy to be present when you're at your birthday party, a little bit harder during conflict and tragedy, but that's when you really want to be present so you can thoughtfully respond. And that's when I realized, wow, right here, right now, I'm teaching the important lessons. And so I need to be the person that I want my older son to be. And it really helped me be the best version of myself. And educators can do that too every single day in their classrooms.
I appreciate that so much, Scarlett. We're going to get into some questions and answering. But one of the things before we get to some of our audience questions is that I often say I don't necessarily have the strength for my own self to be the best version of myself. But when I think about my kids, Elijah and Isaiah, and what they believe and who they believe I am, that gives me the inspiration to get better every day. So I really resonate with what you talked about there in terms of like presence and what does it mean to model these pieces so that your son can see what it means to move through pain in a constructive way. So let me come up into the questions here. So the first question is from an attendee, Matt, and he wants to learn about the change that came from adding SEL into school. So let me start with this, Scarlett, and then I'll turn it over to you. So here at the Urban Assembly, we have 23 schools in New York City and support SEL across the country, including SEL Day. We started this journey about 7 years ago, where we really came into the focus of social and emotional dimensions of learning. And so what we see in our schools, not only do we see suspensions reduce, school climate go up, and academics improve, but we see young people who are more comfortable pushing against each other's thoughts. We see relationships develop, and we see young people who are able to overcome challenges, whether that is problem solving in terms of academics, problem solving in terms of relational difficulties. And Scarlett, you said this: when people know that these skills exist, they start to use them a little bit more effectively. So that's a little bit about our story at the UA. Tell me a little bit about what you've seen when folks start to incorporate SEL skills into the schools that you work with and the institutions that you support.
Well, I notice right away a sense of self-confidence and self-esteem, and that's so important in kids to instill. You know, it's interesting because I see that adults struggle with a lot of the same things that middle and high schoolers struggle with when they don't have these skills and tools. And, you know, I mean, I can give you some really dramatic incidences of where I've seen lives transformed and even saved with these self-awareness skills and tools. I mean, it's absolutely mind-blowing and really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Scarlett, I really resonate. I think once we name these ideas, I think people start to be able to work on them and practice them. And they are practice. You know, I was a little facetious a little earlier when I said courage is easy, right? And forgiveness is what's the big deal? I mean, truly, these are the things that we work on throughout our whole lives, and really define what it means to refine our character, refine the social emotional skills that allow us to be in community with each other. So I'm very resonant with the things that you said there. And we actually have another question, and it's looking at breaking down these SEL skills. So I heard you talk about self-awareness and a little bit about self-management. Can you help us break down these skills so that our audience members know what it is that we're talking about beyond some of these big ideas like courage?
Yeah, well, I think I mentioned curiosity and responsible decision making. What are the other five? CASEL has 5 core components.
We have social awareness, being able
Social
to
awareness
understand perspectives of others.
and self-awareness. I think
Self-awareness.
self-awareness is the most important one, and that's understanding how we're feeling, taking a time out every day to check in with ourselves. How many times do you do that? You just get to the end of the day and your gas tank is empty. But if you had checked in during the day, you might have had an opportunity to say, oh, I am feeling a little anxious. Why am I feeling anxious? Getting curious about it. Oh, David just said something to me and it triggered me. It made me angry. Well, wait a minute. I need to take some time and I need to think about why that was triggering to me. What in my past? Why does that make me angry? We know that anger never happens in a vacuum. There's always an underlying feeling. And then you can get to the end of the day and be energized because you have taken those times. Relationship skills. I mean, Harvard University did they're doing a lifespan study now, longest ever study done on human life. And when they were 75 years into it, they found that relationship skills were the secret to happiness.
Yes.
And here's the interesting thing. We're not born with the ability to have the healthy relationships. We have to learn that. So who do we learn from? And yes, we learn from our parents, but not all parents, and here I'm a great example, have great relationship skills. I didn't, because I didn't learn them from my parents. And so we just kind of pass those things down. And we can teach them in school fairly easily. And then you practice them, as you said. And that is really important because I think some people think, wait a minute, relationship skills, that is something that parents teach. And then teachers teach math skills. But here's the thing, kids don't always get them at home. And even if they do, best case scenario, they get all of this at home. We know now that it needs to be reinforced and practiced at school. So it's practicing all of these things, and then you can drill down deep into each of those particular items.
I mean, Scarlett, this resonates with me in so many ways. I mean, it's not as complicated as the things that you're talking about, but I often lose my wallet in my house, and I've lost it so much that I've wrote a protocol for finding my wallet. And the first thing in the protocol is to stop and breathe, right? Because I often find myself searching in the same place. And then I wrote to myself, it's not a finding, it's not a behavior, it's a thinking strategy, right? Remembering where I put my wallet is a lot more effective than just like searching frantically. And the first step to remembering is stopping and thinking, recognizing my anxiety, my frustration, so I can make a plan. Now, the best plan is to put my wallet in the same place every time, which is the plan that my wife tells me as I'm frantically searching. So, these are the things we learn over time. And so everything from finding your wallet to being in relationship with folks, these are skills.
Yes, absolutely. So important. And thank you for that, because I lose my keys. So I'm going to try that.
I will send you the protocol. It has helped me find my wallet multiple times when I'm trying to rush out the house. So, I'm really inspired by this notion of choice. There's a lot of folks talking about self-care, and you talk about courage. What does it mean to choose? You talked to me a little bit before about numbing, right? And I just wanted to think about this choosing love, choosing courage, and what does it mean to choose things like numbing, choosing things like retrenchment, or choosing things like resentment? How do we overcome some of these challenges so that we can be in relationship with ourselves and relationship with others?
I think the most important thing is to understand that we have a choice, and then to understand what we can choose instead of choosing anger, resentment, frustration, hatred. And some of that comes from how much in control we feel on a day-to-day basis. So when we're operating without a sense of control in our lives.
Right.
We feel like things happen to us. We start
Right.
out, everything's happening to me, and it's your fault. So you're blaming, finger pointing, fault finding, not taking personal responsibility. And that makes you feel anxious. It makes you feel resentful. It victimizes you, which is the definition of loss of control. And you can feel helpless, hopeless. It can make you angry. And so I see social and emotional learning as a set of skills that brings that locus of control back inside you, where you make things happen. You have the power. Now, of course, we know we can't always choose what happens to us in life. We can't always choose, but we can always choose how we thoughtfully respond to what happens. And you can look at my example, which is pretty dramatic, but I would never have chosen to have my son brutally murdered. However, I could take my personal power back in how I chose to thoughtfully respond. And really, as a foundation of our choices, there are two: love and fear, and everything else goes on top of that. And so when we choose love in our responses, we are in control. And not only are we in control, but we are making the world a safer, more peaceful and loving place by modeling that for other people.
You know, coming back to this choice, Scarlett, me and my children, we do character education every night. And we use a book from EL Education to have quotes. And one of the quotes is from actually my favorite author, is Viktor Frankl.
Yes.
And he talks about this notion of choice, right? And I talked to my kids about this, and in the scene, he says, even in the concentration camps, there were men who gave their last piece of bread. And he said, they're not many, but there were few. And it taught him this notion that the only human freedom that could never be removed, right? Physical restraint and hunger, but the only human freedom was the choice of one's attitude. And I think that we struggle with that in 2022, right? I think we're really invested in what is happening to us, as opposed to how are we reacting to the world. And so I just wanted to present this to you, Scarlett, the strength of choice, right? The strength of resilience, the post-traumatic growth. And I wanted to contrast that with, I think, our current understanding of the world, which is that we don't have those strengths. We can't respond with love. We don't have choice. So I just wanted to offer this to you and get your thoughts on this, right? Like, how do we remind ourselves in the world that we do have choice, and we do have agency, and that's the power of humankind?
We absolutely have choice. I mean, that is where our personal power comes as human beings, in our ability to choose. And then it's where we focus. Where are we going to focus? Our thoughts, which impact every cell in our body based on neuroscience. Where are we going to focus them? Are we going to focus them on fear or love? And I love Viktor Frankl's quote, between stimulus, which is what happens to us in life, and it can be anything that has ever happened to anybody who's listening, and your response, there's a space. In that space lies your freedom and power to choose your response. And that is the present moment. So, you getting into the present moment, where most likely you're safe. We're all safe here because we're watching the Zoom. Get into the present moment and you can choose. You have the ability to choose. But, I do a lot of prison work, and the prisoners, they didn't know that they had a choice. They'll tell you, all I ever knew was anger, hatred, and revenge. And if you hurt me, I'm going to hurt you and the ones that you love even more. But just having a 1 hour conversation with them, talking about choose love, they realize, oh my gosh, I can choose a different path. I could have done that. I wish I had known. So everyone has a choice. And a lot of that is simply awareness.
Yeah. Well, Scarlett, on behalf of the Urban Assembly and SEL Day, I want to thank you for choosing to spend time with us. I want to thank you for your courage. I want to thank you for your forgiveness and compassion, for the gratitude that you bring to this space, for SEL, finding the common ground, pursuing the common good. And I really appreciated being in relationship with you today. And as we close this off, I'm going to turn it back over to Matt, and he can give her his thanks as well. Thank you, Scarlett.
Thank you, David.
Absolutely. Both of you are amazing, vulnerable, important leaders in this important work, which is great. I know, we're at the end of what for us has been a 4-hour thing. One practice in social emotional learning is checkouts, like how are you leaving class? And so I'm going to ask Scarlett to give everybody here a checkout. Can you share one relationship skill from your program that parents can take home and try with their kids this weekend?
One relationship skill. Yes. Well, I can share, and this is probably not the easiest, but I'm going to talk about forgiveness. They can take a piece of paper, the whole family, and write a time when their feelings were hurt, or maybe they hurt someone else's feelings. Write it down. They can draw it if they don't want to be forthcoming about what it is, or if they're too young to write. You can draw a picture, you can write it out, you can be as detailed as you want. In other words, get all of that pain and hurt out on the paper, and then you practice forgiveness by taking that paper and crumpling it up, doesn't matter what it is, and then throwing it into either a little basket marked self, because you can forgive yourself, or other. And as you throw that in there, slam dunking it, ask, how does that feel? How does that feel? How did it feel writing that hurt down? And then how does it feel to let it go?
Wow, that's great. That's really powerful. Thank you. Thank you. We are just at the end of our time. As we wrap up, I want to remind people, thank you, that recordings of all of these sessions are going to be available at the conclusion of today's program. It'll take us a little while to put them together. You can always find really parent-friendly information on SEL at EQuipOurKids.org. We've got toolkits there that help you do these things with your kid, and also toolkits to help you go talk to your schools so they can look more like David's schools, hopefully one day. And that's it for us. I'm Matthew Spohr from EQuipOurKids. On behalf of all our wonderful presenters, including you, our webinar sponsors, and the National SEL Day sponsors, and people like Dave who helped get this off the ground, thank you for supporting the kids in your life and in your community through social emotional learning. Do your homework from Scarlett and have a great weekend.